We're back.
One, two. FATSENZO.com.
I believe that the freedom of speech is a universal international right, that all opinions shall be tolerated regardless if agreeable or disagreeable. I believe in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, not from it, freedom of the press, the right of the people to peaceably assemble, be it physically or spiritually or digitally or virtually. I believe in the separation of church and state and corporation. I believe that truth is non-binary and can be objective, subjective, normative, or complex. There are no eternal facts, as there are no absolute truths, except the Word of God. For us creators and for our content, great thinkers have philosophized, and our founding fathers debated the dangers of cancellation and censorship for centuries. And no individual shall be indemnified of criticism or mockery, for there is honesty in jest. I pledge that the ideas I share are my own and are not the expressed opinions of any violent criminal organizations. The only group I represent is the human race, and I reserve the right to interview any of my counterparts without fear, threat, or intimidation, with their opinions being their own, with my opinions being my own, for association does not always equal shared beliefs. I pledge to perform in a professional, dignified manner and to not bully, harass, or slander my fellow human creatures, to refrain from hate, anger, sedition, vulgarity, harassment, pornography, cautioning that satire and sarcasm can at times be misinterpreted as such. I believe in the counter-speech doctrine, that the remedy to negative, harmful speech is more positive, helpful speech, not enforced silence, that no person shall be denied access to social media, which is the marketplace of ideas and today's town square, that Section 230 privatizes communism and legalizes libel and stalking, and that content creators who have broken community guidelines in the past deserve retribution, because we were all constituents of the human party, and humans are fallible. Amen.
Outstanding. Pow!
All right, guys, settle in for a brand new episode
of the Fat Enzo Show, if you did not know. And we are your two incense enthusiasts, delivering you your digital dose of divinity by ways of Catholicism. And you know what? We are your base Catholic liturgy show that's like on cocaine and steroids. But please, please, please remember, we are not being sacrilegious. We are just being satirical and scum. We are not ordained priests. We do not claim to be prophets. We are, like I said, we are not saints. We are just scum. We are not perfect. We are just people, podcasters, who have done our research by going to Mass and consuming the Eucharist on a regular basis. We are the hosts who eat the host.
Yeah, baby! Oh, yeah!
Enzo.com, fat, Enzo.com, fat, Enzo.com, fat, Enzo.com.
Oh yeah, baby. That's the show, the beginning of the show.
And
How you guys all doing?
That the episode has started.
Yes.
And you can also go and like, subscribe, and share.
Yeah, you can.
And also follow us on Twitter now that Elon let us back.
Oh yes, please do that. That's right. RV Picarillo. RV Picharillo. Gotta get used to that. RV Picharillo. If you wanna find me there. And what about you? You're on.
I'm also on there. No,
what is that, G?
GK of FES.
Yes, GK of FES. That's right. That's right. And yes, Elon is letting everybody back on. All of our friends are going back on. Isn't that great?
One could say that he either opened the floodgates or relieved some of the pressure from the floodgate collapsing under itself.
That's what he did.
I mean, it's either one. It can be either one, honestly. Because, like we talked about before, could he be the Antichrist? Possibly. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe not. But it seems a little suspicious.
The floodgates, though, you're right.
Either he relieved
am I up
pressure,
all the way on my maybe it's that? Okay.
Yeah, with that.
Yeah, but he this stuff is still going on Twitter, though.
Oh, yeah.
Twitter, I mean, we proved it. We did a show for about 150 days straight.
I think 147 might have been it. Yeah.
147 days straight. And
exactly.
We had but it's the same with like Spotify. All those are all fake. They are all controlled opposition. Everything is.
I mean, they're making a monopoly on it.
It seems like the only thing really is Twitter right now is free. Yeah. I definitely feel it. Like you could feel the engagement. You see that people are actually finding you. Anymore. They're responding to you. I don't feel suffocated.
Yeah, like before I felt like if there were 4 million, let's say, Twitter users, seriously, it felt like 3.5 million of them were like bots.
Right.
Like it never felt like I was ever interacting with another person on a computer or holding a phone.
It was
just like fake.
We're being suffocated. It's obvious right now. It's obvious right now on the show right now.
And on all other social media and other platforms like that. I mean, I'm still not allowed on most of them.
It's pretty crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like all you want to do is,
have a voice.
Or
not even that. You want an equal chance to be heard. Is really it. Because, we have voices. Not like we kept ourselves shut up or anything. Mm-hmm. We kept going with no social media for a while.
They just don't show you to anybody.
Right.
They have like an algorithm that actually suppresses it. They go, okay, if this channel goes live, don't send out anything.
Yeah, don't let them people know that.
Don't let anybody know.
Going live.
Yep. That's so. Anyway, but just we kept doing it and doing it and doing it. We never stopped, and we've been saying this prayer every single morning. You know that works.
Yeah.
We did something. We did our part. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you do, but I do. I believe we did our part. I think that just by us getting up every morning, and even if nobody heard it, the fact that we said it, we put it into the universe like we did, had an effect. And all of a sudden, you saw, oh wait, Twitter's being purchased by Elon, and all of a sudden, everybody's getting their voices back somehow. But all of that is happening on all these other platforms.
And I think it will be happening on all of them because seriously, in
a
sense, they all did kind of monopolize themselves.
They choose who wins and loses in life.
Well, completely.
And you know who does?
Think they can.
Have you heard about this guy Yoel Roth over at Twitter?
No, I can't say I've recognized.
He was the main perpetrator of everybody being, kicked off and stuff. He was
okay.
You didn't hear that? Look at this guy, Yoel Roth. he was the main guy who
like the head of cancellation or something?
Yeah, he was when
like?
we talk about the algorithmists, this is the chief algorithmist. This is the guy
okay.
when they write the books later on, they talk about the Nazi enforcement, the Goebbels, and the people that really were in there and in just doing the bidding of the communism or whatever it is. This guy is one of the head people. Yoel Roth. We'll do more about him tomorrow. There's like we'll go on the deep dive with him.
Okay.
But just to mention his name and show you this, he was ahead of you want to ask why porn was allowed on Twitter?
And now with him?
Look at this guy. These are some of his tweets. And he is in charge. He was actually in charge of silencing Trump and and banning Trump. Look at this. I enjoy having the kinds of meetings where Googling gay bareback porn is considered academic work. Okay. This is a lot of them are from like 2011, 12, 13, but he never, over the years, he never went and he erased them or anything like that. This is like his true thoughts. A member of my cohort at Penn has proposed co-founding a blog called Hackers and Porn. Needless to say, I'd be writing the porn side. Twitter will live to porn another day. Thing I just yelled loudly at work. Shout out to age, drag, and toddlers and tiaras in class just now. You have a hit on your hands. I think I've found my calling, and it is writing dialogue for chef-themed porn. My secret dirty Twitter account, now at least 60% dirtier thanks to its new picture. Okay. He said, doing research on Craigslist sex discussion boards begs the question, main browser or porn browser? Okay. Muscle beard with beard, hot. Muscle beard with beard holding a child, inexplicably hotter. Grad student I'm staying with. You're not that innocent. I know about your secret dirty Twitter account. Guilty as charged. Can high school students ever meaningfully consent to sex with their teachers? Question mark. This is the guy in charge. This is what I'm saying though, because you don't know who is making these decisions against you. Well, they don't have any morals. They don't have any God. They don't have anything whatsoever. The guy's name's Yoel Roth. And he's sitting over there, 35-year-old loser, and he's picking who wins or loses in life. This is exactly what I've been talking about for years. And it's like you feel it. You just feel it somehow.
Yeah.
You know that you send out a tweet, nobody sees it at all. It's not because it's because somebody like that has your name for some reason. Anyway.
And it's just like, it's about time, though, that we finally got a face or a name. Mm-hmm. And I'm not at all.
It's all karma. It's karma.
Right.
So bad.
I'm not saying at all that nobody goes after these people. Let them, because you know what? We're not the deciders of what is right and just of their punishments. That's God. So let him handle that. But here's the good thing. They can no longer hide in the shadows. Because somebody is putting a light to them, whether that be Elon or maybe he's the second coming.
What? He openly talks about not believing in God. He actually
that is true. Actually, that is very true. That one already is gone.
One of his tweets today was, "People don't have any faith in the future anymore."
Well, there's not a lot wrong with what he just said there. I mean, I don't have a, should I call it like optimistic future outlook?
You don't?
Not in the next 50-ish years.
He's the one who thought that.
Hold on one second. Not in the what?
Not in the next like 50 to 100 years. I see it being a very dark.
We'll do it tomorrow.
And like not chaotic, but like just dark. There's just going to be like, the evilness has to be purged out. And the only way to find it is, once we find it, you expose it to light. So there's going to be a lot of disturbing people being unmasked, per se. And
They're the digital, aren't they? The digital like Nazi.
They are.
They are. They're the ones that took the orders. They didn't go, oh, is this right to do? They didn't even question it. They just fell right in line.
And now, like I said, it just going to unmask them.
What do they think at the other places? They know that eventually it's coming for them too, right?
I think that they would all have to start wondering that.
They have to.
Because you know what? I know it for a fact. Elon Musk is not the only outspoken, very rich man in the world, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of other potential candidates who could go and buy up other companies like that.
You know, Elon's being doxxed now.
Of course.
And, did you hear about this? He was being, they were like tracking his real time, like where he was. There was a video. I don't have it cut or anything or clipped, but somebody was like following X, his 10th child, and then they were also tracking him, his private jet in real time.
Oh yeah, the one guy used to I can't remember his name. He was on Twitter. This is before Elon even put his name in there to buy it. There was a guy Elon put out maybe about a year-ish ago. That thing kind of going after the kid. He found out like stuff about him, and he blasted him. It was like, okay, so this is your name. This is where you live.
Who, Elon did that?
You live with mommy and daddy at this. He blacked out for for online purposes, but he sent that to him saying like, I know who you are. I am telling you now, take down all the posts about where I'm flying. Because he was posting about like every time he would get on a jet and he was going.
Oh,
they were doing this a while ago, but now they're doing it different.
So what happened what had happened was all these different news outlets, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe you could Google it. All these different news outlets were just reporters of various news outlets who were sharing his real time location. He banned them. However, he did a poll and he said, should those people be reinstated? Everybody said, yes, they should be reinstated. So he said Vox Populi and then reinstated their accounts like 2 days later. But he was actually searching for the vote. Mm-hmm. He was hoping that they would, choose no.
Well,
but here, look at that. Here's him talking on, they do these spaces now. It's awesome. Twitter Spaces. Mm-hmm. Have you seen this yet? No,
not
Twitter Spaces. It's basically like a group phone call. Okay. With all these different people on Twitter, you could listen in and you could also speak. You could go next. You'd be talking all kinds. I heard a bunch of different ones yesterday. There was one with Nicholas Fuentes. Mm-hmm. All right, a couple days ago there was one with Roger Stone, and I don't know, it's pretty. But anyway, here's Elon on one of these spaces talking about getting doxxed in real time.
Enzo.com.
Well, as I'm sure everyone who's been doxxed would agree, showing real time information about somebody's location is inappropriate, and I think everyone on this call would not like that to be done to them. And there is not going to be any distinction in the future between journalists, so-called journalists, and regular people. Everyone's going to be treated the same. You're not special because you're a journalist. You're a Twitter. You're a citizen. So no special treatment. You dox, you get suspended. End of story. So ban evasion, or trying to be clever about it, like, oh, I posted a link to the real-time information, is obviously that is obviously simply trying to evade the meaning. There's no different than actually showing real-time information.
Outstanding. Pow.
Yeah, he's also a couple days ago. He was also on that
Twitter Space thing
on Twitter Spaces.
I like that actually. That's a cool idea.
It's so badass.
Like,
I'm
that's
sorry,
a really
sorry.
cool- Like,
bad A.
That's a great idea.
I'm sorry. We've been on hiatus. We haven't done
Yeah.
a show in 2 weeks.
Roughly.
Maybe we should talk about that. By the way, really quick.
All right.
But really fast. Before that, he was sharing his real time about wanting to be, like assassinated, like being concerned about being assassinated. Elon.
Well,
No, I mean, frankly, the risk of something bad happening to me, of even literally being shot, is quite significant. I'm definitely not going to be, doing any open air car parades. Let me put it that way. But it's also not. It's not that hard to kill me if somebody wanted to. So hopefully they don't. And if fate smiles upon the situation with me and does not that does not happen. I'm taking reasonable precautions, I guess, but there's definitely some risk here. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think we'll just want to have a future where we're not oppressed, or our speech is not suppressed, and we can say what we want to say without fear of reprisals. As long as you're not like really causing harm to somebody else, then you should be able to say what you want.
Outstanding.
He really does get it.
I mean, he does, and he's seeing it how can I say it? First-hand experience. That doxing, how bad it can really get. Because I know that I can say it, I feel confidently enough, that people have been doxing people that way for a long time. Mm-hmm. And not just in a hate group ways, in a lot of ways. I mean, that digital stalking.
That is what it is.
But then it turns into physical stalking, I believe.
Yeah. And it's just allowed. It's crazy. And then people just make up whatever they want to about you too. That's another thing.
Yeah, and then they can. Yeah,
that's why we have in the creed, we say that it leads to it legalizes stalking.
Yep, and it does. I mean, if they can sit there and track look, we already know that some of the big tech companies do it, but
it's also libel. Legalizes libel too, because they make up whatever they want to. They just say.
They take a picture.
Whatever it is.
Yeah,
no,
they
but
take a picture and then they say
there are
what it
threads.
was.
There are threads with like, this person is this and they do this and blah, blah, blah. And it's all fake. And it's like, what? And like, please take that down. Oh, we're not doing anything illegal. We're not. We're just stating lies about somebody in a coordinated effort to do it. That's straight up that libel. That's a libel. And you're allowing that to be published. People can find that is illegal. I'm telling you. I'll tell you right now, that's illegal, and eventually people are going to figure that out, that that's illegal. That should not be allowed.
No, not at all. I mean, the fact that they can...
You can't just make up lies about somebody and then have it all and then just keep regurgitating lies online about somebody.
Look at just in simple ways. Like companies, like food companies, they have to list every product that they put in their food, like the ingredient label, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if they lie about something, like remember what was the one recently about the Skittles having like a weird yellow color something number?
Yellow number 9 or something like that?
Remember when they were saying it was causing like some health problem with people? Well, see right there, they got in trouble. They were getting sued. So they had to go to the, and they had to figure out how to take it out and use some other alternative or whatever. Mm-hmm. But like, that was a court process to figure out and, to go through that whole thing. While yet a random person sitting in a basement can just write whatever they want and then it's facts and it can stay online.
Yeah.
No.
It's crazy.
If everybody has access to the internet, the same way that other people are held,
and that same person is a bot or something like that, and does has like a cartoon, image, and isn't going by their real name, but they're saying all this stuff about somebody who's real.
Right.
That is not right. You gotta, if you want to say something about somebody else, tell me who you are.
Exactly. If you want to be able to put things out there as a, I love how Elon said it. I think in the first one, as a journalist. You're not any different than any regular person, really. Because I mean it like this, but like even news reporters, like back in the day, the cool one where they go live on scene to something. I'm sorry, all you're doing is you're a narrator of what is going on. Mm-hmm. You're just describing what you're seeing.
That is exactly what it is.
And I'm not saying that everybody can per se do that, but in a way, yes. Everybody can communicate what they are seeing to somebody else who may not be there to report about it. Whether or not they use good descriptive language or not, or good terminology or any of that.
Or even perceive it properly.
Right. Maybe they don't.
Maybe they don't.
But that's the thing, though. What is the difference between a journalist then and a person? They have a more educated way, possibly.
That's why social media is going to become every single person's a journalist.
Eventually,
and whoever's closest and gets the video,
whoever
that's
puts
the person.
First video
that's it.
Put, yeah.
That's it. That's all it is. It's going to be whoever's closest and saw what happened the best possible way. And that is the person who's going to get credit from now on. It's going to be, who cares what your, preconceived notions are, right?
I mean, it really is. Like, now everybody's a amateur.
Everybody is a journalist.
Yeah. A journalist now. Everybody.
That's right. That's right. And that's what it should be, because you saw what happened when people have that power and what they do with it. And they wield that power, and it's a crazy, stupid power to have, and it's not even fair.
Well, I kind of believe that most power, regardless of what it is in, is usually there's a corruption level to it. Not everybody gets corrupt by it, but it's easy to give in to the power and the corruption. It's easy just to say, you know what? If I just let this go, I'll get more power. Okay, yeah.
You see with the guy Yoel Roth, how many people are willing to do that?
And it's my personal opinion on what
that guy has no morals. That's why they are able to have him.
He sold his soul.
Oh, definitely.
He sold his soul to the devil.
Definitely.
I mean, I have no other way to say it than that. Just his face, everything about him to me just looks like he just sold his soul.
All right, let's do a reading.
All right.
We're not going to do now. By the way, we're not going to do a million readings and stuff to play catch up. By the way, let's just do it. Well, took a little hiatus.
Yeah.
But now we're back.
Yes,
we had me just speaking. I had illness, death, and legal troubles. Wow, that's a lot of things. But now we're on the other side of that, baby. We're on the other side.
That is true.
And now it's a rebirth of the show. It's a rebirth.
Per se, yeah.
It is. And now we have Twitter, and at least we have one avenue of freedom where we can actually build on something. So we're streaming to the Twitter right now, and hopefully everything will be good. Anyway, let's do a reading.
All right, which one are we doing?
Just do today's.
Right? Okay.
Let's do today's, man. All right. The first reading is, and can hit the thing. It's from Genesis. You got that too on your end?
Yep.
A reading from the book of Genesis. Jacob called his sons and said to them, "Assemble and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to Israel, your father. You, Judah, shall your brothers praise. Your hand on the neck of your enemies. The sons of your father shall bow down to you. Judah, like a lion's whelp. You have grown up on prey, my son. He crouches like a lion recumbent. The king of beasts. Who would dare rouse him? The scepter shall never depart from Judah, or the mace from between his legs, while tribute is brought to him, and he receives the people's homage. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. Psalm 72.
The responsorial is, justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever.
Justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever.
God, I with your judgment endow the king, and with your justice the king's son. He shall govern your people with justice, and your afflicted ones with judgment.
Justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever.
The mountain shall yield peace for the people, and the hills justice. He shall defend the afflicted among the people. Save the children of the poor.
Justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever.
Justice shall flower in his days. The profound peace till the moon be no more. May he rule from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth.
Justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever.
May his name be blessed forever. As long as the sun, his name shall remain. In him shall all the tribes of the earth be blessed. All the nations shall proclaim his happiness.
Justice shall flourish in his time, and fullness of peace forever. Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. O wisdom of our God Most High, guiding creation with power and love, come to teach us the path of knowledge. Alleluia, alleluia.
And now from the Gospel of Matthew,
Glory be to you, O Lord.
The book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ.
The genealogy of Jesus Christ.
The son of David.
The son of David.
The son of Abraham.
The son of Abraham.
Abraham became the father of Isaac. Isaac the father of Jacob. Jacob the father of Judah and his brothers. Judah became the father of Perez and Zerah, whose mother was Tamar. Perez became the father of Hezron. Hezron the father of Ram. Ram the father of Amminadab. Amminadab became the father of Nahshon. Nahshon the father of Salmon. Salmon the father of Boaz. Whose mother was Rahab. Boaz became the father of Odeb, whose mother was Ruth. Oh, that's a normal name.
Obed.
Sorry. Obed became the father of Jesse. Jesse the father of David the king.
Wow.
Hold on. David became the father of Solomon, whose mother had been the wife of Uriah. Solomon became the father of
Rehoboam.
Rehoboam, the father of
Abijah.
Abijah, the father of Asaph. Asaph became the father of
Jehoshaphat.
Jehoshaphat, the father of Joram. Joram, the father of Uzziah. Uzziah became the father of Jotham. Jotham, the father of Ahaz. Ahaz, the father of Hezekiah. Hezekiah became the father of Manasseh. Manasseh, the father of Amos. Amos, the father of Joshua.
Of Hosea.
Hosea?
Yes.
Hosea became the father of
Jeconiah.
Noah, and his brothers at the time of Babylonian exile. After the Babylonian exile, Jeconiah became the father of
Shealtiel.
Shealtiel, the father of
Zerubbabel.
Yeah, Zerubbabel, the father of
Abiud.
Sure. Abiud became the father of
Eliakim.
Eliakim, the father of
Azor.
Azor, the father of
Zadok.
Zadok became the father of
Akim.
Akim, the father of
Eliud.
Eliud, the father of
Eleazar.
Eleazar became the father of
Mathan.
Yeah, Mathan? To Manhattan, China.
It's almost Manhattan.
Yeah. Mattan, the father of Jacob. Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. Of her was born Jesus, who is called the Christ. Thus, the number of generations.
Total number of generations.
The total number of generations from Abraham to David is 14 generations. From David to the Babylonian exile, 14 generations. From the Babylonian exile to the Christ, 14 generations. The gospel of the Lord.
Praise you, Lord Jesus Christ. Gosh, that was difficult to get through, man. Oh my gosh.
The names are
It was insane, dude.
interesting, I guess.
You got to try it. Do you have dyslexia? Like a minor dyslexia? You were like switching around letters.
I've always done that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say it's never been diagnosed or whatever. And also, speaking of that, we're not diagnosable. We are not ordained priest either. We are far from perfect. We are not saints. We are scum. We don't claim to be prophets either.
And minorly dyslexic as well.
Apparently, yes. We also struggle, and you struggle with comprehension, English major.
Yep.
But we are not. We are far from perfect. We are regular people, podcasters who have done our research.
Yes. So, okay. Yes. Yep. And so, did you take anything from this?
Well, there's two things that I'm thinking here. So, they're from Abraham to Christ. There were 28 generations, being 14 and 14. It says here, from Abraham to David is 14, and David to the Babylonian, 14. Oh, and then Babylonian to Christ is another 14.
Wow.
So actually, that would be 42 generations in total.
It's awesome. It's pretty interesting. Right?
I mean, I feel like I definitely named about 40-something people there. That makes about sense. And with that, I wonder, could you almost try to flip that 42 generations?
I thought it was 14 generations. Where are you getting this?
Because it says the total number of generations from Abraham to David, right? So the first part is 14 generations.
Oh, you're adding all of them up.
Yeah. And from David to the Babylonian exile is another 14. And then from the Babylonian to Christ is another 14.
It's interesting
could
how
that mean 42 generations from, BC, 0 BC could be a timeline or a time frame.
We've read this before. This is something that's in a lot of the Gospels. They talk about the genealogy of Jesus Christ. But that last part we didn't read before with all the generations.
Yeah, I don't. That was the first time
where it actually did the math on that.
Yeah. So I feel like there's a potential, like you could use it as a potential time lineage,
Could you believe all the stuff that's in the Bible though? Like we're at, there's a lot of history there.
Oh yeah. That's the thing about like the Bible that people, I guess, this is where they German up their faith too much, as we like to say.
Yeah.
Because like, okay, yeah, they talk about certain places or people or things, right? And okay, we can't find like an actual this was the definite location of this incident, right? Well, also it has been 2,000 years of human impact, shall I call it? And I'm not talking global warming wise. I'm just saying, come on, if they built a castle, they had to level the area to do it, so that manipulated the land. Even in that time, there wasn't global warming. So, I'm sure a lot of these sites of incidences, they just got lost to time. And of course, with stories and history, like not everything was perfectly recorded like nowadays per se. Like if you bury, let's say, a box in the woods, right? Nowadays, you can almost put a GPS pinpoint on it and get exactly to it every time. Versus even just 200 years ago, during the days of pirates, there's lost treasure on islands all throughout the ocean, I guarantee you. So if they couldn't, and they were expert navigators, right? Pirates, and they couldn't get to the same island twice sometimes.
Interesting.
So, I think that, there's, like, when everybody's like, or people saying, like, where did this exactly happen? Where was exactly Jesus' tomb that he was put into, right? Well, just in 15 years, you can see when they start, changing up a neighborhood or something, or just a giant patch of woods. 15 years later, it's knocked down and it's a whole development in there. So over 2,000 years, I'm sure some of this stuff got lost. But I'm not going to German up my belief here, and I'm going to believe what's in the Bible, because at least there's some kind of a historical record here.
Yeah, but weren't you the same guy yesterday telling me that there's a predated?
Yeah, they are, and that's
hold on, a predated story about Adam and Eve.
Yes,
you were telling me that, and I said that's, you know what? I'm not going to read this. You sent me the link for it. Mm-hmm. And what was it talking about? Some pagan stuff? I don't know what it was.
Sumerian.
Yes. What's the
Sumerian culture was about 3,000 years BC, like before Christ.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of the more lost. They're not known to be like a super civilization, like a very highly intelligence.
Yes.
They were smart enough to record stuff. They were smart enough to have at least their name cemented into history. But a lot of things, such as even with the pagan beliefs and stuff like that, they're finding more that these ancient mega culture areas, were actually a lot more advanced than what we currently believe. With that being said, the Bible I also look at it as a storybook. And I don't mean it in a kid's sense or an entertainment. No, it's a storybook of all the legends of time. Because there's so many times where they can relate a story,
or tradition, oral tradition, or legend.
A little bit of both. Because I think that some of it, or folklore, if you even would want to call it, ancient Indian stories or whatever, native stories. That's all this is. It's a giant record keeping of these people's history, meaning the Christians and people who follow the Bible. That's what it is. Now, do I believe that everything was first? Whatever the Bible speaks of is the very first time it ever was spoken of in history at all? Not totally. I think some things
his story
go different routes. They've had different Noah stories with the ark as well.
Look at this from Hagiograph Faith. They have a little thing about the genealogy.
Mm-hmm.
Saints in Christ's genealogy. And it shows the genealogy of Jesus. I love this. Look. Adam, Noah, Abraham, King David, to Jesus Christ. That's insane. That's so cool, man.
I mean, I like that they're able to do that.
Saints
for multiple reasons.
And then there's saints in Christ's genealogy. Every December 17th, the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew is read in the Philippines for the Christmas novena masses known as Simbang Gabi or Misa de Gallo. In the Matthean family tree of Christ, 8 people are honored as saints with feast days, official or traditional. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Jesse, David, Hezekiah, Joseph, and Mary. In the Lucan genealogy, there are 10 people honored as saints with feast days, official or traditional. Adam, Seth, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac. Enoch was in the genealogy too, huh? Jacob, Jesse, David, and Joseph. Though Mary is mentioned in Luke many times, she is not mentioned in the genealogy. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Enoch was in that genealogy too.
Noah, or Enoch was Noah's grandfather. And, I mean, back in those times, too, they claim people lived a lot longer. Meaning, Enoch was actually about, I think, 300 years old when he finally died. But then again, that was because he claims he went up to heaven for 100 and something, 150 years or whatever. But even as much as Noah, Noah was even old. When the flood came, he was old. He already was 100 years old.
Really?
Yeah, people lived 200 years at that time.
I think we talked about that. That's pretty insane to think of. If that's true, man,
it does because they've so much sense that they would.
It does.
It really does because, I mean, granted, they don't have the modern medicine such as we do today, right? But at the same time, I guarantee you they were not dealing with or battling internally, health-wise, all the diseases that are out there today. Mm-hmm. Think of like tribes in like the Amazon jungle or something, right?
Yep.
That have no human contact. Do you really think that they're having like an outbreak of cancer in their tribe? No. I don't believe that they have a cancer ward in their Amazon jungle tribes. Because they wouldn't need it. Nor would they need a hospital.
All right, let's talk about some more worldly things. We've lost because we've lost so much time. I mean, we took off for like 2 weeks. I mean,
I know it was.
How long do we miss? How long do we miss?
16.
Yeah, because I think we did like around the first.
Yeah, no, I'm looking on my book here. My last thing was on the first.
Right. Yeah.
And then I know you did one more with
Patty.
Mr. Patty up in
Beantown. Mm-hmm. But he's such a downer. I wouldn't even count that.
Do an episode.
He is a downer. He's just a naysayer. He started immediately talking about how, the Twitter files was all BS and blah, blah, blah. We're on our 6th Twitter file, by the way, 6th drop. It's just now on the 6th one that came out yesterday is the FBI we're definitely, in full communication with Twitter in taking down accounts
about the Hunter
small accounts. No, it doesn't even matter. People with not even a big following.
Really?
So you just know,
Wow.
It's everything we talk about. You know it.
Well,
You feel it.
I knew it, but
it's not working. There's something not working.
Right. I knew something wasn't working. I guess I'm going to be honest. I'm really going to be fully honest and say that I did not think it was really any agencies or anything. I really thought it was just like a section of cancellation in Twitter. Not saying that we weren't important, but like they were the one orchestrating it. They were the one doing it all and planning it all for their own reasons. I really didn't think
the FBI was sending
that the
instructions, but in this vague way where they were trying to make it like, they can do what they want to do. They're a private company at that point. It's almost
like saying like, hey,
but
I'm
it's
not
a
saying
fake
I'm
way to do
offering
it.
you a cookie, but there's a cookie on the counter for
exactly.
It's like saying that.
Exactly. We all know what it really is.
Especially to the preference right. To a kid, I mean. Mm-hmm. Telling a kid, here's a cookie on the counter. You can have it if you want it or not. And you walk away. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, what the kid's going to do? It's going to, probably take the cookie.
Ooh, what's a big thing, I think? Trump made an announcement. Did you hear about this?
I saw clips of it.
Can you look at the date? No, can you look at the date? It was like a couple days ago. It was a couple days ago. We missed 16 days, like I said.
Yeah.
But this was he just came out a couple days ago. I think it was the 14th, maybe, or the 15th. But he was saying, we're going to drop, we have a big announcement. I have a big announcement, right? Mm-hmm. And then 2 things happened. So it was confusing. All of a sudden, an NFT, bunch of NFTs came out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 days ago.
That was 2 days ago,
2 days
right?
ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then also he released his plan for 2024. It was weird.
It's like
everybody was like, "What the heck are you talking about the drop of this NFT drop, or are you talking about your plan?" And it was kind of weird because everybody the thing with the NFTs came out first. So everybody was like, that is like such a little salesman kind of maneuver, kind of
right,
cheap, shoddy, like used car salesman tactic, almost, right?
Well,
I have a big announcement, and that's these NFTs, which, by the way, they sold out. They sold out in record time. They're only $99.
Of course, they sold out.
I have the thing here. Hold on. Let me show it to you.
Badsenzo.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Donald Trump. Hopefully your favorite president of all time, better than Lincoln, better than Washington, with an important announcement to make. I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now. They're called Trump Digital Trading Cards. These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. It's been very exciting. You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one of the best parts. Each card comes with an automatic chance to win amazing prizes like dinner with me. I don't know if that's an amazing prize, but it's what we have. Or golf with you and a group of your friends at one of my beautiful golf courses, and they are beautiful. I'm also doing Zoom calls, a one-on-one meeting, autographing memorabilia, and so much more. We're doing a lot. My official Trump digital trading cards are $99, which doesn't sound like very much for what you're getting. Buy one and you will join a very exclusive community. It's my community, and I think it's something you're going to like, and you're going to like it a lot. They also make perfect gifts. So you can buy them with your credit card or crypto. All you need is an email address. Go to collecttrumpcards.com and buy your Trump digital trading cards right now before they are all gone, and they will be gone. This is my first official Trump trading card NFT collection, and you get a chance to meet me. Go to collecttrumpcards.com right now, and remember, Christmas is coming, and this makes a great Christmas gift.
No purchase necessary.
Dude, what do you think about that? Let me get your real time. So picture it now. This is before the real announcement came out a couple days ago.
Right.
He says actually 3 days ago, he goes, like at night or whatever, does an announcement on Truth Social, and says, I have a big announcement tomorrow. And then that is what you see. What do you think?
Well, I see it as a political move to going towards wanting the president, of course, because you know what he's doing with that? He's almost like giving out recruitment flyers, because I know a lot of people that are into crypto as well were also pro-Trump, but there's also I feel like that's a big neutral area, like a big, kind of even out area. Crypto seems to be some liberal, but a lot. But
NFTs, is that crypto?
Yeah, that's in that whole.
It's in the same family.
What am I trying to call it? Digital currency stuff, it's in the whole. I shouldn't say crypto. I should say more like digital currency stuff.
It's an artwork. It's a digital piece of art. And that's that might go up,
right,
in value.
So that's how it's still digital currency,
right?
So with that, I just see it that he's trying to almost start something, because how else do you start a group to make power? You have to have money backing it. I almost feel like that was a secret message to hardcore MAGA almost, or far right, whatever you would call them. Mm-hmm. Buy up these NFTs. We build our MAGA bank so we can fund ourselves to go against the war.
She's crazy.
That's how I see it.
Anyway,
I see it you fund it and let's do it.
So later on in the day, his real announcement dropped. So I just think there's a problem with scheduling, and they maybe the NFT people figured that out, and was let's release it on the same day.
You know what? That's actually very smart, because back when I remember doing a little flag wave thing, and there was on the oppositional side, there were my friends that I know. I'm sitting there, I'm like, what are they doing over there? I talked with them. I'm like, they're like, oh, we got paid because it's all about the banning vape stuff. They were protesting on the other side because they got paid by this guy who ran a shop down south. Just to go out there. What I'm saying is it's the same idea. They were rallying themselves right before it, and the vape ban didn't go through. Now, when they did that with the NFT thing, that might have just been to utilize his, what do you call it, clout-ish?
This was his real announcement.
Maybe?
FES177.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple. Just like dominoes, one by one, they'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
Outstanding. Pow!
So I did see the last part of his speech. That's one of the clips I did see of it. All the other things he was saying in that, there is a lot I like. I won't say the little bit that I didn't. Maybe I don't side with totally yet with him, but I would say probably 90% of everything said there, I'm like 100% on board with his idea, his plan on it. I'm on board with that support idea of it. I would love to see it, executed right. And what I'm trying to say is I'm hoping it's not your politician empty promises. But I don't feel that from him in that. Because a lot of his other older speeches where he gets a little more riled up and a little more chaotic, it doesn't do it for me. It gets like kind of unprofessional, Lily. But that was very, very well said, very professional, and very like he prepared it.
First of all, what a hell of a tan! I said hell. Oh, heck of a. God, we haven't done this in 2 weeks. Sorry.
Well,
and nobody patris et filii spiritus sancti. He has a heck of a tan, and he's looking more like Huey P. Long every single day. I mean, he just does to me. It was a very well thought out, completely thought out plan. Very strategic in every, in how it's in how to facilitate and fix the situation. The cooling off period, maybe is that the problem? Where we're getting a job afterwards after being in in those spots. Do you like that idea? In those jobs, in those bureaucratic jobs, or the FBI, you work for the DOJ somehow, and then you get out and then you go work for Facebook. Like he's gonna block that. Is that good? Is that bad? I think that is good.
It's like the idea,
because it allows for you to have the temptation, or should you allow it and then just as long as you can be a middle grounds person and not.
It would have to be something. See,
too much temptation there?
My only thing with that is that I'm just putting it out. You could get the FBI young agent who maybe was like, man, I'm not about all this cancel stuff that my boss wants me to do. I'm not about wanting to go tell Twitter.
Here's the overview. Restoring free speech overview. Ban federal agencies from colluding to censor American citizens. Ban taxpayer dollars from being used to label speech as mis or disinformation. Fire every federal bureaucrat who is engaged in domestic censorship. Immediately send preservation letters to Biden administration and big tech giants. So that's just to keep all the evidence later when they do discovery. Order the DOJ to investigate all parties involved in online censorship regime and prosecute any and all crimes identified. Revise Section 230 to drastically curtail big platforms' power to restrict lawful speech. Stop federal funding for all nonprofits and academic programs engaged in censorship. Suspend federal dollars to any university that has engaged in censorship support activities. And please tell me if there's something that you disagree with.
This is where it's getting into it with the with like just the the funding of the
enact criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats whom partner with private entities to violate your constitutional rights. Impose a 7-year cooling off period before former intel and national security officials can work at big tech platforms. Pass a digital bill of rights. I love it, but is it too little too late? I mean, the guy he was a president and this was happening. That's my thing. He was, and also J6. All those guys in the J6 are all still in prison because he didn't.
Right.
Pardon them.
There are several things. Now I'm just going off of just the speech alone. Just going off of that. Like if he does those things, that is great. The only thing that I'm not, like I heard him saying there that no federal fund, no taxpayer dollars goes into funding any of the big tech stuff, of course. And then research nonprofits and stuff like that, they won't get money to label stuff or whatever. Now, with that being said, you're taking out all these people who have their hands in this, right? Like this, I know there's a lot of nonprofits and bad ones that are out there labeling people
wrong. Those are used to make faulty, statistics and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Right. Now, with also the university being pulled out of there as well. Mm-hmm. Again, I like that. But what I worry about is now when you then add at the very end with the digital Bill of Rights. Well, now that I see it, like the government will be in it. Like meaning because they're going to be the ones regulating what goes on the Bill of Rights and how things go.
Yeah, but what do we say all in our creed? We have the right to assemble spirit. What is it?
Peace. Yeah,
physically, spiritually,
or digitally and virtually.
Digitally and virtually. Right. We've been saying this.
Correct. I realize that. But what I'm saying is that
they need a Bill of Rights. We do need a Bill of Rights because I know it's going to go in the slippery slope. I already know where you're going with this. I think I do. Where it goes into like the metaverse and insanity and stuff because that's where it's going. This is part of it. Like this is all part of it. To get a digital Bill of Rights, like for like you as a virtual person, that's part of this.
That's what I'm trying to say here is that because they're taking out all the third party, if you would call it, maybe not really third party, but like the other people, like the nonprofits, the research facilities, the universities, right? Taking those out, which I'm not saying they're all good. They're not all bad, though. Some are okay, I guess. Thing is that, like, once all those are out, it's like, who will be then, who would be then in there doing that? Well, when he talked about the digital Bill of Rights, it's not just that he talked about it. It's in general, a digital Bill of Rights. I'm not liking because, like, the Bill of Rights that we have for, I guess, physical, real-life living in this world, the government can...
Shouldn't that just cover it? That should just cover it, right?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, because once you put a digital Bill of Rights, just like on the left a few months ago, they were trying to
How about just reinforce the Bill of Rights that we currently have?
Right. Because now that the fact that they want to create a government document for digital life or whatever, I'm worried that it's gonna be pushing more of that metaverse.
That's where my logic is getting lost with Trump because he had the power and they were doing this to him. And it was kind of obvious this was going on. I mean, they create, man.
And he even knew it. It's not like he wasn't, his eyes weren't open to it. He was talking about it.
But I guess it needed to happen this way for everybody to be, to see it for themselves. To be shown what happened. It was
still, I think, 50-50 back then. Like, some people believed it, some people didn't. It was just too, Now I think people are even like on the left, you would say.
And now Trump also has me. Trump's got me confused with the vaccine thing, the big V thing. See,
I mean, said it by accident. There's a lot of things that he has. There are things that he's done. Mm-hmm. For instance, that and along with
and that's confusing. a little bit.
Yes, and not doing anything with J6 and other people like that. Or taking so long even to grant clemency to his dear friend.
Now, this is where I want to transition into DeSantis. Okay?
Okay.
Because he is on record right now, right? Saying he's going to go after all these vaccine people.
Right.
Have you seen that?
No.
Right now, that's his like, all right, I'll show you now, and I'll show you then, because right now his thing on the V is, different than it was. And I think people forgot about what his initial thing was.
Okay.
Like, he didn't want a mandate, but he was like still saying it was good, just like Trump. Just so you know. I mean, it was, and the person who was on Twitter about this very recently is Laura Loomer.
Mm-hmm.
She posted this, and she just wanted to let everybody know and remind people of then and now. So first of all, look at now. This is what he's saying now.
Things that people are trying to do and focus on the evidence. And so, we are going to work to hold these manufacturers accountable for this mRNA, because they said there was no side effects, and we know that there have been a lot. And so we did a study in Florida, and you saw an 86% increase in cardiac related activity from people 18 to 39 from mRNA shots. And so we're going to be doing some stuff to bring accountability there, because I think it's just something where
outstanding. Pow!
You see, so that's now.
Right.
That's what he's spitting. That's his stance on the mRNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
To go seek some kind of maybe suing them or something like that. But this was his stance then, even though he required no mandate. Was his stance. Please remember.
So here's, I think, the most important thing with the data. If you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, the chance of you getting seriously ill or dying from COVID is effectively zero. If you look at the people that are being admitted to hospitals, over 95% of them are either not fully vaccinated or not vaccinated at all. And so these vaccines are saving lives. They are reducing mortality. Mortality in nursing homes since we rolled out the vaccines in December is down over 95% due to COVID. Mortality for elderly people since we rolled out the vaccines is down nearly 90%. And so we're proud in Florida that we put seniors first on that, because they were the most vulnerable. We have 85% of our seniors that are vaccinated, and about 75% of folks over the age of 50. We have no mandate. We've provided information to people, and we've been very honest about any data that comes out. And I can tell you that if you look, you are seeing people that are vaccinated. For whatever reason, some I think can test positive if you're vaccinated, but they don't get seriously ill, except maybe rare instances. There's always one-offs on stuff. But I can tell you in Florida, your chance of surviving if you're vaccinated is close to 100%. And so we've worked very hard to get those vaccines into all our elderly communities and give it to other folks who could use it. Obviously, when you talk about some of the younger folks, the uptake has been less. I think that the distribution was very effective that we did, and I think we had a lot of good uptake on the Johnson & Johnson in March and into April. We saw a noticeable decline in J&J when they pulled it back because of the FDA. I think it was a huge mistake. I said so at the time, and I think that sent a message that maybe this is not something that they should be doing. I think that's been unfortunate because I took it. I think it's effective.
Outstanding. Pow!
You hear that?
I want to ask the same question to everyone too. In the very, very beginning of it, what the data shows. Who runs the data?
I don't know. The people that
those nonprofit
profit people.
Yeah. This is my stand, and I've had this thought about this probably a few months ago, and that goes with Donald Trump too when he pushed the V. The reason why I'm not so upset with them, because how much I will hate to admit it like this, the data that was being shown, that was being published, was showing that it was effective. Hear it out. The data that they were pushing out there when the V first came out was showing that it would be effective. I'm talking left and right news media covered the same studies and same chart, the same whatever. But who's to say that those studies were even truthful? That's, of course, where my conspiracy mind was the entire time when it first came out. But for normal people who maybe didn't read into it that much, didn't think, well, were the studies even done truthfully? I get why you fell for them. I get why you fell for what these people said. And I also understand why they're not per se backpedaling hardcore. Because once again, it can be explained that back at that time, if you were to let go of your logic and kind of just believe, then yes, what they were saying was at the time truthful. Not that it was the truth. So now that they're coming out and they're being, like he being anti-vax.
It seems like everybody is kicking the can down the road. Even the Pfizer CEO came out and said, "Oh, they told me it was effective. Oh, I believed them because who's they?"
That's what I'm saying. They're all every single person who talks about the V's and the records and the data and things. They always are using vague, I guess, pronouns.
Have you ever seen They Live?
Like they or whatever? And no, we talked about that the other day.
We did? Did we talk about it? We didn't talk about it on the show.
No. I think I'm just in our life.
Yeah. You never saw it. They Live is just, man, you got to see it. Rodney Piper?
Rowdy Rodney Piper.
Is it? Yeah, Roddy. I think it's Rowdy Piper.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has these sunglasses, and he puts them on, and then he can see the truth. But if he has them off, you see all the broadcasting of propaganda that's constantly hitting you and shaping your perspective and shaping your reality. And when he puts it on, like for instance, there's this one really awesome scene where that's where they got the clothing line. Shepard Fairey gets the clothing line idea from Obey. Because he looks up at the billboard and it says whatever, you see whatever the ad is.
Yeah, the ad for, dog food.
He puts it on and says Obey.
Yeah.
Like, that's a documentary film. Okay?
Now it is.
Dude, look at this X-Files from a couple of years. When was X-Files on? Well, didn't they have a resurgence?
Yeah, they had a resurgence in like the later, like mid-teens or something like that. But I know they were on in the 90s to like the mid-ish 2000s, maybe like 08-ish.
This X-Files episode, oh my God, I almost cursed.
Almost.
But then we'll get out to talk about some saints or something like that and try to clear our palates. But look, watch this.
Enzo.com.
Tad O'Malley has been making claims.
Claims about what?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Just hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
You say they're tampering with our DNA, that they're able to shut down our immune systems by the addition of something to our DNA.
Yes, but I don't know how exactly.
Or how it's being triggered.
I don't know that either.
Or why it's happening now. What can we possibly do?
We need to act quickly.
You were right about that.
Well, I was wrong about the science. I was wrong about what's causing it. Dead wrong, in fact.
But it's clearly a widespread failure of our immune systems.
Through gene tampering. A virus within a virus that was put there through the smallpox vaccine. It's what these men are calling the Spartan virus.
We have to figure this out. What's wrong with the science?
Okay. The Spartan virus removes the adenosine deaminase gene from your DNA. Remove the ADA gene and your immune system will simply vanish.
Yeah, but I'm not getting sick.
It's only a matter of time.
Okay, so how does it work? How does the virus remove the ADA gene?
A process called CRISPR-Cas.
CRISPR-Cas9. RNA and a protein cutting genes at exact locations.
Exactly, but in this instance used as a weapon.
The ultimate weapon. The ability to depopulate the planet. To kill everyone but the chosen.
By tampering with their DNA.
Through gene editing.
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s, Henrietta Lacks.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's not hard to imagine a government hiding, hoarding technology for 70 years at the expense of human life and the future of the planet. Driven not only by corporate greed, but a darker objective.
The takeover of America.
And then the world itself, by any means necessary, however violent, or cruel, or efficient. By severe drought, brought on by weather wars, conducted secretly using aerial contaminants and high-altitude electromagnetic waves. In a state of perpetual war. To create problem, reaction, solution scenarios to distract, enrage, and enslave American citizens at home. With tools like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, which abridge the Constitution in the name of national security. The militarization of police forces in cities across the U.S., the building of prison camps by the Federal Emergency Management Agency with no stated purpose, the corporate takeover of food and agriculture, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, even the military in clandestine agendas to fatten, dull, sicken, and control a populace already consumed by consumerism.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
A government that taps your phone, collects your data, and monitors your whereabouts with impunity. A government preparing to use that data against you when it strikes. And the final takeover begins.
The takeover of America.
By a well-oiled and well-armed multinational group of elites that will cull, kill, and subjugate.
Happening as we sit here.
It's happening all around us.
The other shoe waiting to drop.
It'll probably start on a Friday. The banks will announce a security action necessitating their computers to go offline all weekend.
Digital money will disappear.
They can just steal your money?
Followed by the detonation of strategic electromagnetic pulse bombs to knock out major grids.
What will seem like an attack on America by terrorists or Russia.
An invasion of the U.S.
The Russians tried it in 47.
They tell us everything.
No kidding. How many times have I referenced different cartoons over years?
I know.
And here's the thing. They do it in both. They do it in like, you know, your real life action like that, X-Files or whatever.
Right.
And they do it in your cartoons as well in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And they just tell you every single time what they're doing. If you just go back, which is why it's great that I rewatch all those shows. That's my favorite part. I love rewatching it. So, like, it's years later. I'm rewatching right now the first 2 seasons of Family Guy from 1999. They make references. And it still applies today.
Yes.
And then you realize you put it back into the 1930s, you know? Like, mentally thinking of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same.
Oh my God.
They repeat themselves just like because the devil always has to repeat and use riddles and can never just keep quiet.
I like watching William F. Buckley, you know, episodes because of that. Like you watch some of those interviews and how people are talking about society. It's so similar to how it is now, but
it's like different, but
I think the slippery slope is real. I mean, it's not a fallacy of logical thinking.
No, there is
slippery slope is not true. That's not a fallacy. It's actually correct, and I think it just always happens.
I mean, it's gonna always happen, no matter what. With I think with human nature,
anything.
I mean, there's just nature in general.
You want to learn about some saints, man? Some of the people that we missed. All right. One is from December 6th. This is
Saint Nick.
Yeah. The original, the real Saint Nick. Yeah, saint of the day for December 6th. The absence of the hard facts of history is not necessarily an obstacle to the popularity of saints, as the devotion of Saint Nicholas shows. Both the Eastern and Western churches honor him, and it is claimed that after the Blessed Virgin, he is the saint most pictured by Christian artists. And yet, historically, we can pinpoint only the fact that Nicholas was the 4th century bishop of Myra, a city in Lycia, a province of Asia Minor. As with many of the saints, however, we are able to capture the relationship which Nicholas had with God through the admiration which Christians have had for him, an admiration expressed in the colorful stories which have been told and retold through the centuries. Perhaps the best known story about Nicholas concerns his charity toward a poor man who was unable to provide dowries for his 3 daughters of marriageable age. Rather than see them forced into prostitution, Nicholas secretly tossed a bag of gold through the poor man's window on 3 separate occasions, thus enabling the daughters to be married. Over the centuries, this particular legend evolved into the custom of gift giving on the saint's feast. In the English-speaking countries, St. Nicholas became, by a twist of the tongue, Santa Claus, further expanding the example of generosity portrayed by this holy bishop. That's crazy, right?
Wow.
That's how it came up with the name, huh? It's Nicholas, huh? San Nicholas. Santa Claus. Santa Nicholas. Santa is, right?
Close,
Santa Maria is Saint Mary. Santa Claus, Saint Nicholas, Santa Claus. Wow. The reflection is, the critical eye of modern history makes us take a deeper look at the legends surrounding St. Nicholas. But perhaps we can utilize the lesson taught by his legendary charity, look deeper at our approach to material goods in the Christmas season, and seek ways to extend our sharing to those in real need. St. Nicholas is a patron saint of bakers, brides and grooms, children, Greece, pawnbrokers, and travelers.
And travelers.
Pawnbrokers?
That one I'm not. I don't know. That's weird. I'm not really sure if that would. Well, I guess everybody needs a patron saint.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that one might have something to do more. Maybe that might have like more tradition reading. Meaning like maybe he was more of like that. Like some of the weird ones on people. Like when they add in like, oh, he was also the patron saint of like this one, pawnbrokers.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe part of like his life, like his real life that is not documented. Maybe he was like a pawnbroker or helped pawnbrokers out or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of orally, traditionally led with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Not like some of the sick sense of humor they have. St. Andrew being flayed alive. Oh, and he is the patron saint of leather workers. Great.
How about this guy?
Oh.
Did you hear about this? This happened in between
Victor Bout. Wait, Victor
Bout?
Bout.
Is that his name?
I'm trying to remember
Is it Boot? Is it Bout or Bout?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that actually.
That's the Lord of War, man. That's the guy. He
that was exchanged for our somewhat renowned Brittany Griner.
Yeah. Did you hear about this?
Like that's it's ridiculous. Under so many different reasons.
We switched. Okay, like if Brittany Griner was rescued for being wrongfully detained for marijuana possession, what about the thousands in America wrongfully detained for marijuana possession? That meme? It's pretty interesting.
I mean, well,
dude, this guy, the Lord of War, right? Victor Bout. He
I'm pretty sure that's how you say it.
Was transferred, okay, for Brittany Griner while we were,
on our hiatus.
On our hiatus. This is Brittany Griner's wife.
Yep.
So over the last 9 months, you all have been so privy to one of the darkest moments of my life. And so today I'm just standing here overwhelmed with emotions, but the most important emotion that I have right now is just sincere gratitude for President Biden and his entire administration. He just mentioned this work is not easy, and it has not been. There's been so many hands involved, and so I'd like to take a moment to just specifically mention a few. Vice President Harris, Secretary Blinken, Jake Sullivan, Josh Geltzer from the National Security Council, Roger Cartson and Fletcher, Schoen from the Hostage Envoy's Office. A special thank you to Governor Richardson and Mickey, the Mercury Players, the WNBPA for your advocacy. And also, you guys may not know this, but my family has been tremendously supported by the Wasserman Agency. BG's agent, Lindsay Colas, has just been amazing for me and my family throughout this process. So today my family is whole, but as you all are aware, there's so many other families who are not whole. And so BG's not here to say this, but I will gladly speak on her behalf and say that BG and I will remain committed to the work of getting every American home, including Paul, whose family is in our hearts today as we celebrate BG being home. We do understand that there are still people out here who are enduring what I endured the last 9 months of missing tremendously their loved ones. So thank you everybody for your support. And today it's just a happy day for me and my family. So I'm gonna smile right now. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that did you miss that whole thing?
Like,
well, what is it? Who's the Paul guy? Who are they talking about? Paul? That's the Marine, right? That they left behind there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, this is just like, are you serious?
Well, what is it that's bothering you about this? Why?
The fact it bothers me so much is because this is not somebody, meaning BG or Brittany Griner, who's never been to Russia, has no idea about laws and regulations and stuff like that. This is a person who frequently travels to Russia for Russian basketball camps, okay? She knows that it's illegal to bring marijuana to the country. Of course, can you get it black market? I'm sure you can. But it's illegal to bring it. Then you get caught with it. Oh, I'm sorry. Just let me go. I'm an American. No, you're not. No. You just committed a very, very, very stupid crime. I'm not saying that Brittany Griner is a terrible person because she brought her weed pen or whatever to Russia. I'm not saying that she's some international terrible drug dealer or something of that nature. What I'm saying here is that this is a person who frequently travels there. So in other words, if you're a frequent traveler or a frequent visitor to, let's say, like a store or something, you just know how the store is laid out. You know certain things about it, right? Mm-hmm. You know the little ins and outs, maybe even like the little secrets. If you're a frequent traveler to a country, you know their rules and regulations. And if you don't, and you just think you're so above that, you can do whatever you want, you're an egotistical idiot.
Maybe she just didn't know, and she was just ignorant of the laws.
And if that's the case, then right?
Mm-hmm.
Then in what definable way is and I'm sorry to sound it like this, but is a WNBA star who it was barely named or notable, like barely anybody knew who she was, get traded for, it doesn't matter what his interviews he said in, Victor Bout, but the Merchant of Death.
Yeah, well, they based him on this dude.
Yeah.
From the movie.
Yeah. But this Merchant of Death. Let's forget about his real name, just the title. You don't get a title.
I got like a montage I put together. I had the 60 Minutes piece about him, then the trade of Brittany Griner and him, then followed by a little clip from he did an interview right away in Russia on RT. Watch this.
FadsEnzo.com.
This past week, they brought him to New York to face terrorism charges. Tonight, those at the heart of Operation Relentless, a sting that spanned 3 continents, tell the story behind it for the first time.
Victor Bout, in my eyes, is one of the most dangerous men on the face of the earth.
On the face of the earth?
Without a doubt. AK-47s, not by the thousands, but by the tens of thousands.
So he weaponizes civil war in Africa.
He transformed these young adolescent warriors into insidious, mindless, maniacally driven killing machines that operated with assembly line efficiencies.
This has indicted him on 4 terror-related charges, including conspiracy to kill Americans. What makes him a threat to the United States?
He is a shadow facilitator. He's arming not only designated terrorist groups, insurgent groups, but he's also arming very powerful drug trafficking cartels around the globe.
This is the Lord of War, the Merchant of Death.
Right.
And you've got him in your hands.
Right, he's in custody. It's a great feeling.
See the transfer? Brittany Griner. That's Brittany Griner on the left in the red. She's huge. And there he is, Victor Bout. And then, all right, so here he is giving his first interview. He said, "Do you hate America?"
Many inmates. I figure out we're sharing way more common. Maybe America is very much similar. Look, it's the same size. They have it's the same kind of this. And when you talk to them, there is nothing there even to beef about. We are naturally, born not to be enemies. And whenever there's conflict, it's elites. Every, American I met in a prison who is from rural area was very easy to deal with. He has no problem with Russia, and he was curious about Russia, despite all propaganda. They're losing their Christian values. They're losing their families. They're losing literally their countries. It's not anymore the same country. We knew America, who used to be a model for entire world and lead and be an example, like they say, a shiny town on the, sparkling town on a hill. And this is, of course, pity. It was a strong country who was really a, industrial might, this one. And look, for 30, 40 years, deindustrialization, drug problem, crime waves. You can understand, and I feel more empathy to American after this experience than I would feel in
Enzo.com.
What's happening in the West is simply the suicide of civilization. And if the suicide isn't prevented, at the very least outside the Western world, in the world not controlled by the Anglo-Saxons, then the entire planet will commit suicide. And this is probably happening in all areas. Drugs and what it's called in Russia, LGBTQ+. Can you imagine that in American schools they're now teaching first graders, 6 and 7-year-old first graders, that it turns out that there are 72 genders? Not just, gay people and normal people, but 72.
Outstanding. Pow!
72 genders. Is he insane?
No.
Why do I like him now?
He's not insane because, see, I mean, and all that stuff. But no, I do not find him insane. And biggest thing I find...
Or is he actually completely sane in an insane world? And for some reason, I have a lot of compassion for Victor Bout now after watching that. I think that he probably deserved to be given a second chance. I'm not sure. Maybe that's ignorant of me to say, but...
I mean, I'll say it in the sense of...
I can relate to him, though. He wasn't that bad. He didn't seem like, But
well, that's to be determined, I guess.
He was saying some truth.
He was saying truth, and there are 2 factors that I at least see in him saying it.
The Anglo-Saxons, are they? I didn't realize that. He says the Anglo-Saxons are they. Did you catch that?
Yes, I did. I mean, well, that's also a kind of a... Because I know back in...
That'd be the king and stuff? Like king and queen, monarchy?
I know back in earlier 1900s, whatever, Anglo-Saxons, like, they were in, like, the English or whatever. More of the English, they're the one that, like, came and, like, whatever, tried to take over that, Great Britain. They're the ones that caused all the turmoil there. With that said, like, he's pointing to a group. Now, whether the Anglo-Saxons are, like, meaning the English nowadays or whatever, I don't know. Whoever they are, the king, the queen, whatever it is going on with that. But with Victor Bout here, I see two things with him. One, he's 55 years old, okay? And why is that a little bit significant? Because if you think about what he was like growing up, maybe, hearing about how America was back in, I guess, let's say the 70s, 80s, early 80s. Probably hearing about how great America's doing this, America's doing that. And then he finally, regardless of his career choice, he grows up. Then now he's in American prison system. And he gets to see what the American people are really like. And to realize how corrupt the American system had become versus what he remembers, even probably just in the early 2000s, before he went away.
This is very perceptive of him and being in prison. How long has he been in prison for, by the way? When did he go? When was that? I wonder how many years he's been in there.
From 2012 to 2022. So I mean, yeah, like, I know he was actually arrested for 2 years before that. That's when they started the trials.
Right.
So, and he was in jail the whole time. So 14 years incarcerated in American prison.
Let's do our Latin really quick.
Enzo.com.
It's time for the Latin word of the day.
Woo! All right, let's do our Latin word of the day, and that is pretty obvious. You know what it is?
Hiatus.
What does it mean, Genghis? Don't you dare look it up. Don't you dare.
Officially, I'm gonna say maybe break, or like not vacation, but like how am I trying to say it? Like a walk away, a step away. I don't know.
Look at that. What do you think that? What do you think that might be implying?
I have no idea.
Oh, I left it right here. Oh, you can actually see it. Oh,
yeah, totally. I can not see it.
No, you can't read it there on the bottom. It says it gives it away. The gap, hiatus. It actually is from Latin, and it means the gap. So we're back from our hiatus. The gap. Hiatus comes from hiate, a Latin verb meaning to gape or to yawn, and first appeared in English in the middle of the 16th century. Originally, the word referred to a gap or opening in something, such as a cave opening in a cliff. Is hiatus Latin? Etymology, borrowed from Latin hiatus, opening, which emerged first. Usage, mid-16th century, from hio, stand open, yawn. Got it. It literally means the gap. So that's why I had that. There's a joke right here. Hiatus. 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 How about this, man? This is pretty crazy, man. You know Balenciaga? Have you tried to put that in the Google Translator?
No, I have not ever.
See what you see. Look at this. It's saying on the Google, there's some screenshots. Balenciaga, it means do what you want. If you put B-A, ba, space, len, L-E-N, space, C-I, space, aga, A-G-A. And if you put in, I guess, if you spell it a different way, you could do it with like ball.
Yeah.
And if you do B-A-A-L, ball, and then Enciaga, it's ball is the king. So one way says do what you want, and the other one says ball is the king. Have you seen that?
So ball, huh?
Yeah, BAAL. We know that word is, of course. It's interesting.
Another word for Satan, and then also mentioned in the Lesser Key of Solomon, this evil demon.
Mm-hmm. But did you try it in the Google Translator? It doesn't do that?
No, it said balance.
It does?
Mm-hmm. The one said balance, and then if you break it up, like when it said ball and whatever, however that was broken up. Yeah, that does come up as ball is king, which is weird when you split up the word.
Oh, yeah.
That it can be, I'm not saying that it's a stretch, but there is something there. There's definitely something. The fact that ball is king, if you separate that and then what they're doing, it's kind of, it's hard not to see it now.
They always let us know. Look at Time Magazine, dude. Isn't that interesting that on the covers they put the M right behind the figure and make like devil horns? By the way, Zelensky, he just added to the person of the year. What? On Time Magazine. Yes, and they're showing you all the different times where it's just like, it looks like the Satan horns behind the person.
It really does. It always does. Now, I don't know if that's just their, what do you want to call it? Like just the way that it's placed or something, but it's just weird. Wouldn't you move it? Mm-hmm. Like just a little bit. Or wouldn't you have the person like off center? You know what I mean? Like at least how they're like pictured there. Mm-hmm. So it's not as devious looking.
Mm-hmm. There's some people that are fighting against it though, I guess. Like, look at this based weatherman who's trying to tell people.
FES177.
Scattered showers still showing up on the Pacific Northwest radar throughout the region. The heaviest, and of course, well to our north. Here in southern Oregon and northern California, we've got a bit of an unusual situation. Now, this first portion of the radar cycle, fairly bland and typical, but then you see these bands of very distinct cloud cover moving into the region. That is not rain, that is not snow, believe it or not. Military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff. Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even metallicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is. 50 in Medford right now, 48.
Outstanding.
He threw that in pretty good. That was good.
What?
What?
No, that's pretty crazy, right?
Then I'm kind of crazy, so I agree.
He just he's out there. He throws that in there. What happened to that guy? I wonder if he's still working. It's probably not. All right, let's. You know what? Let's talk about some more saints that we missed.
All right.
Another saint we missed. I think this kind of they go into each other, the two, but it's Saint Juan Diego. Have you ever heard of him?
Saw the name recently. And then like the other day, but no, don't know anything about him.
He's the dude behind the Our Lady of Guadalupe thing.
Oh.
The image appeared, and then I don't know. I guess they didn't have screen printing back then, but he had like a whole. What I remember from being a kid, I'm gonna read it right now, and then we'll find out. But before I do, what I remember from learning from Catholic school is. He had like a whole bunch of roses or something like that, and he in this, I don't know what it is. Is it a robe for a priest robe? I'm not sure, maybe. But he has like all these roses in there, and then he drops it, and all of a sudden it's like this crazy image printed on his garment of Mary. And it was like Mary appeared, and then that was imprinted on the garment. You never heard that at all growing up Catholic at all? Okay. Let's talk about the saint of the day from, I think, what day was this? This was the 9th. So moving along. We covered the 6th and then the 9th. Saint Juan Diego's story. Thousands of people gathered in the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe July 31st, 2002, for the canonization of Juan Diego, to whom the Blessed Mother appeared in the 16th century. Pope John Paul II celebrated the ceremony at which the poor Indian peasant became the church's first saint indigenous to the Americas. The Holy Father called the new saint a simple, humble Indian who accepted Christianity without giving up his identity as an Indian. In praising the Indian, Juan Diego, I want to express to all of you the closeness of the church and the Pope, embracing you with love and encouraging you to overcome with hope the difficult times you are going through, John Paul said. Among the thousands present for the event were members of Mexico's 64 indigenous groups. First called Kuauhtaohuac. Okay, I'm sorry, that is crazy pronunciation. The eagle who speaks. Juan Diego's name is forever linked with Our Lady of Guadalupe because it was to him that she first appeared at Tepeyac Hill on December 9th, 1531. The most famous part of his story is told in connection with the feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe on December 12th, after the roses gathered in his tilma were transformed into the miraculous image of Our Lady. However, little more is said about Juan Diego. So, in time, he lived near the shrine constructed by Tepeyac, referred as a holy, unselfish, and compassionate catechist who taught by word and especially by example. During his 1990 pastoral visit to Mexico, Pope John Paul II confirmed the long-standing liturgical cult in honor of Juan Diego, beatifying him. 12 years later, the same Pope proclaimed him a saint. There's a little reflection here. It says, God counted on Juan Diego to play a humble yet huge role in bringing the good news to the peoples of Mexico, overcoming his own fear and the doubts of Bishop Juan de Zumarraga. Juan Diego cooperated with God's grace in showing his people that the good news of Jesus is for everyone. Pope John Paul II used the occasion of Juan Diego's beatification to urge Mexican lay people to assume their responsibilities for passing on the good news and witnessing to it. Let me talk a little bit about the other.
I didn't know the full history of this.
You don't?
No.
No,
I always knew like Our Lady of Guadalupe, like meaning that. That's all I really knew about.
What?
Just knew that it was a big thing. I didn't really know what happened. Nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You never heard about this is just a Marian apparition.
Right, but I know
it's a Marian apparition, baby.
That's all I ever knew was about that. It was just an apparition and nothing. I didn't know anything else.
Mary appeared. Mary.
FES177.com.
Oh yeah. Mary, baby.
That's Phil the peddler.
Gotta remember, it's our Blessed Mother.
And me and my friends would love to break his.
She sometimes appears to people.
Slick and Crazy Mario were my best friends.
And that's why people
Slick got his name because of his hair.
Have the name Mario
he was just crazy.
and Mary, right?
I definitely believe Mario has to be in there.
Mario is Mary. You're a little Mary,
but male version.
Right.
I do not name my son Mary.
Yeah, Mario is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Dude. So Mary appeared
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of times
Four
to
times?
lords. Huh?
4 times to Juan Diego, I just read up on.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. 4 different times that he saw.
Where are you reading that from?
Wiki with the blue hair prophet.
Okay, read me what you got.
So the first apparition at dawn on Saturday, December 9th in 1531. While on his usual journey, he encountered the Virgin Mary, who revealed herself as the ever-virgin Mother of God.
Now, let me just play devil's advocate here. What if they knew how to screen print somehow? Didn't screen printing was forever ago, right? I mean, no, it's been. I already know. It's been since Ming Dynasty China, dude. They've been silk screen printing. I mean, could they have achieved a print of this? Could that have happened? Hold on. Let me read about this from Franciscan Media so we understand what happened. The saint of the day for December 12th. The story of Our Lady of Guadalupe. The feast in honor of Our Lady of Guadalupe goes back to the 16th century. Chronicles of that period tell us the story. A poor Indian named Kuatalatuhak. I should never have busted your bees before with the genealogy of Christ, because I cannot pronounce that to save my life. Anyway, he was baptized and given the name Juan Diego. He was a 57-year-old widower and lived in a small village near Mexico City. On Saturday morning, December 9th, 1531, he was on his way to a nearby barrio to attend Mass in honor of Our Lady. Juan was walking up a hill called Tepeyac when he heard beautiful music like the warbling of birds. A radiant cloud appeared, and within it stood an Indian maiden dressed like an Aztec princess. The lady spoke to him in his own language and sent him to the Bishop of Mexico, a Franciscan named Juan de Zumaraga. The bishop was to build a chapel in the place where the lady appeared. Eventually, the bishop told Juan to have the lady give him a sign. About this same time, Juan's uncle became seriously ill. This led poor Juan to try to avoid the lady. Nevertheless, the lady found Juan, assured him that his uncle would recover, and provided roses for Juan to carry to the bishop in his cape or tilma. On December 12th, when Juan Diego opened his tilma in the bishop's presence, the roses fell to the ground, and the bishop sank to his knees. On the tilma where the roses had been appeared an image of Mary, exactly as she had appeared at the hill of Tepeyac. The reflection, Mary's appearance to Juan Diego as one of his people, is a powerful reminder that Mary and the God who sent her accept all peoples. In the context of the sometimes rude and cruel treatment of the Indians by the Spaniards, the apparition was a rebuke to the Spaniards and an event of vast significance for the indigenous population. While a number of them had converted before this incident, they now came in droves. According to a contemporary chronicler, 9 million Indians became Catholic in a very short time. In these days, when we hear so much about God's preferential option for the poor, Our Lady of Guadalupe cries out to us that God's love for and identification with the poor is an age-old truth that stems from the gospel itself. Our Lady of Guadalupe is a patron saint of the Americas and Mexico. So now we know.
I just wonder about these on what that person was experiencing at that moment. No. I'm not debunking it. I'm actually like, imagine being Juan Diego on that at dawn on Saturday, December 9th, 1531. Minor dyslexia. But with that being said, just think about it. Or the 3 children of Fatima,
could they have achieved a screen print?
The main thing that
my stupid screen printer mind says that maybe no.
I'm saying that because there's something about it that just is mystical about it, and almost better. Thinking that he held those roses in there from the Virgin Mary, and then when he finally let loose of his the garment, she was there. I mean, you have the odor of sanctuary, which is roses. A lot of time when people are not possessed, but taken over by Mary, if you know what I mean, having a religious experience. There's roses. Roses are used for scents a lot of time when it comes with Catholics. In meaning Mary, or definitely something of the holy nature. But I always see it with Mary. Even I noted at our church when we did a few things of for Mary, whatever, there were roses on the altar versus regular flowers. There's something about the roses and Mary. And what I love about it is that I'm gonna full on just to say, like, don't logic it up, believe, because it just makes it better. Because even if it was screen printed on, that's an elaborate ruse, you know. And if it happened that way, and we're just all idiots. If not, we're still all idiots, but we still don't know how it happened. But that's fine. You don't have to be German and explain everything.
I don't know. Maybe he just had an X-Acto knife and he figured it out how to do it. Like etch. I don't know. That'd be crazy, right? Wouldn't that be crazy?
They're in order to do it and to like complete it. There's so many hoops that he would have had to jump through perfectly to get it to work this way. And I'm like, nah. There's too much coincidence. Too many what ifs. My grandpa told me during watching my first football game, if there's more than 3 ifs during a game, you lost. Oh, if we didn't fumble, if we didn't throw this, if we did, yep, you lost. You're done.
Your grandpop up in Philly, huh?
Yeah. Oh, South Jersey, yeah.
Dude, look at this up in Philly. That
was part of the hiatus, getting over a minor cold, people.
First of all, I'm not sure where this happened. Okay, yeah, this is from northern Philly. A shop owner.
Oh boy.
A shop owner hired armed guards.
Ooh.
Look at this.
She's going to be here till, how late you guys going to be here?
6:30.
6:30.
Security boss.
I would think so.
Okay. No, all this handling. It's too much for me.
Outstanding.
What do you think about that? That's in your hometown area.
It is, and I'm going to say that, yeah, that's normal. And it's
what?
That's why it's the BP at Broad and Clearfield.
Okay.
It's a bad part of the town where, like, seriously, like, I do remember somebody getting shot there last year in front of this BP state. Like, multiple people have gotten shot in front of this gas station.
Wow.
It's that big major cross streets of, like, territories.
Mm-hmm.
Not city, territories. And when you got a common place that people on both would go, enemies would go, you know how many gunfights ended up there? Well, now, guess what? You're not going to have the gunfight there if there's an armed guard there. I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's because a lot of innocent people in that area seriously get shot by stray bullets because they just unload. Like, when these people are jumping out, they're not jumping out with handguns, like, even in, like, the 90s, you know, the handgun, like, battle a lot of times.
Oh, it's like that?
No, it's like AR-15. Like, it's like, yo, there's our op. All right, let's go. Roll out. And you got an AR, and all of them are armed.
Do you ever hang out over that area?
No, not hang out, but I frequent the area before.
Really?
Yeah. North Philly's not a place, man. Like, they did a big drug documentary on Kensington Avenue. I'm going to tell you that, no, that is not made up in one bit. There's no acting there. Those people really do live like that. That is really what they do. There are zombies on Kensington Avenue. They just stand in the middle of the street. They just collapse wherever they are. You see somebody fall, most people's reaction is, oh my God, are they okay? Hey, she fell again. Leave her? Okay. That's just what it is.
Yeah, that
area is just like crime ridden. It's like what they talk about when they talk about like Chicago and Detroit, whatever,
or New York,
all the major
all
cities.
the different major cities are getting pretty crazy. Look at this, man. This is spotted in I think it's Chinatown. Pretty sure it's Chinatown in New York City. Look at this.
You made it.
Lo último que pude ver. Y es el 82 Roosevelt.
Outstanding.
Do you see that, dude?
Pow!
They're openly cooking rats.
I mean,
in New York City, all the different cities are insane. You got armed guards
really
and cooking rats in all these different cities. Look at this. This might be a suburb or an outskirt of a city. This is a pizza delivery driver.
Oh, is he strapped?
No, he just. I mean, he should be.
Oh,
watch, but just look at this.
Enzo.com.
I gotta get the money first. I know. Let me see. I'm not doing that. I gotta get the money first. Open the pizza. 2 pat pizzas.
Yep.
Well, that's a suburb.
I got told about those things when I was a delivery driver. my boss straight up. I remember he sat there. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so what should I do? Should I go and get like a bat for the car or something? Oh no, here, hold on. Goes into his office, brings out a baseball bat. Here, use this one. You just have like a bucket of baseball bat back there? He's like, yeah, why? I used to play baseball, and now I just give them out to my drivers so they don't get hurt.
Well, I did some pizza delivery in my time, and I guess those were not that bad of places actually. In retrospect, it was on the beach.
Okay,
beach area. And it was good. It was just good.
I was doing suburb areas.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: the pizza that we had, whatever. Yeah, it was more expensive, but it was better pizza, I think. And it was on the better side of town, anyway. But when I did go to like the bad parts of the town areas,
you never had to go deliver in northern Philly, right?
No, okay. No. I did have to deliver though on the outskirts of Camden before. There was the name is no longer in business, so I guess I can say it now. It used to be called Boardwalk, and there was another one. We were just Boardwalk Pizza. There was another one in Cherry Hill called Boardwalk Pizza and Wings. It's so common that we got their calls, So once in a while, I would have to drive out to Camden or Cherry Hill because they accidentally call from the wrong place and the girl doesn't realize when she's taking the address.
Now, why is that? What is it? What is the socioeconomic group that you fear when you're delivering pizzas?
I'm going to actually be really honest here. It was not the lower income.
No?
Like when I went into the lower income areas, that was okay. Because there's something about them. Maybe, I will admit, maybe they didn't tip as well. But they did tip. And also, they were respectful.
Really?
Now, that might have been who I was back then, like how I carried myself, and they might have known, But at that same time, these were usually low income, but not bad neighborhoods. Low income.
Yeah, so you weren't
poverty-stricken, like homelessness.
Would you go into like a hood? Would you go into a ghetto,
Not particularly.
A project, like a literal project building. Like, would you go into a project building in, wherever, in northern Philly? Would you go into a project building in northern Philly and deliver a pizza? Yes or no? You're going to get, and by the way.
Probably not, but I will say
all the given standards are that you're probably not going to get a tip, right? Or is that bad to think?
No, it's not that you don't get one, but like let's say in your normal suburban neighborhood, you get like a 20% tip, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you go to your lower income, well, it's lower income, so you drop that percentage. Instead of it being 20%, maybe it's like 15. You go even lower, it's like 10. But they still will give something. The ones that don't give a lot of tip, oddly enough, it's the kids, the parents go out to watch the movies, whatever. Oh, here's $40 for pizza. You can just tell when you show up to the house and it's pretty dark looking, but like there's only one car in the area where most people had two. And it's like, then some kid answers the door, like 14 years old. Oh, that will be $32. Okay, here's 40. Can I get my $8 back?
Okay.
The kids, the little teenagers, they were the a-holes. They were the ones that never tipped.
Mm-hmm.
Because the ones that never worked for anything yet. Like 14, under 16, you know? Then the ones that have worked, you can tell.
All right. Well, statistically, which I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Depending on the building, like I'll say that down in Camden, New Jersey, there's a building called Northgate. Yes, it's projects. I mean, it's bad. But would I go there?
What about Uber drivers now too? I mean, Uber driver, just a regular person. You're going. Who are you picking up? You don't even know who you're picking up sometimes, right?
You don't, but at that same time, a lot of the Uber things, whatever, one, you can't use a prepaid card. You have to use like debit, credit, something that links to your name, your thing, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And hence why also if you don't look like the picture or now on the app, if you don't put that you're buying the ride for somebody else, then there's a whole new system down for Uber and Lyft. Recently I had to take one. Like I didn't realize my account I had to update with an actual picture.
With all this delivery stuff too, people put themselves in some precarious situations. Delivering, everybody, DoorDash, all that stuff, that whole culture now, people are, I don't know.
They definitely put themselves in a lot of danger there. I agree with that. One of the things I actually do like about it is that usually there's options on, like, I know on Uber Eats there is, where they can leave it at the door. Like, they just leave it at the door, then they message you, like, food's here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you wait a minute for them to drive away, whatever, if you're paranoid or you're worried about it. Me, I don't particularly care. Like, if I'm going out the front door and I know the Uber's going to be there soon, I'll wait.
As an Asian person, what do you think about the fact that it seems like in the culture, it's okay to be openly racist against white people? How do you feel about that? Do you have any particular way on that? Do you believe do you kind of think that that's true, or is that not true? Look at this. This is an openly racist black professor. Have you seen this?
Probably not. So play it.
Openly racist black professor just talking about how white people are bad, essentially. Look at this.
Enzo.com.
I think that white people are committed to being villains in the aggregate, right? The real sort of issue here, and I've heard people sort of say it, is one, I think that white people viscerally fear. It's not that white people don't know, right, what they have done. They know. They fear that there is no other way to be human but the way in which they are human, which is to, so, like you talk to white people and whenever you really want to have a reckoning about it, they say stuff like, it's just human nature. If y'all had all of this power, you would have done the same thing, right? And it's like, no, that's what white humans did. White human beings thought there's a world here and we own it. Prior to them, Black and brown people have been sailing across oceans, interacting with each other for centuries without total subjugation, domination, and colonialism. We have seen what a show this iteration of treatment of other human beings means, and that my hope is that we would do it differently, in the moments when we have some power. We will not do it perfectly, but I do think that all of us can sort of agree that a politics that says like there are superior and inferior human beings just isn't the way to go. And that's the thing that white people don't trust us to do, because they are so corrupt. Their thinking is so morally and spiritually bankrupt about power that they can't they fear viscerally, existentially letting go of power, because they cannot imagine that there's another way to be, it is either that you dominate or you are dominated. And isn't it sad that is spiritually who they are, and that they can't imagine a sort of more expansive notion of the world? The thing I want to say to you is we got to take these motherfuckers out. But I know, but like, we can't say that, right? We can't say, like, I don't believe in a project of violence. I truly don't. Because I think in the end that our souls suffer from that. And I do think that some of this is a spiritual condition. So here is where I land most days about white people. And I actually have been helped in this by thinking about indigenous people, right? See, part of the challenge around whiteness is that it totally skews our view of everything, right? I gave this like TED talk about this some years back, and one of the reasons I was trying to think about it is like, the world didn't start when white people arrived in America and tried to tell all the rest of us how things were going to go. There were people out here making worlds, Africans and indigenous people being brilliant, and, you know, libraries and inventions and, you know, vibrant notions of humanity and cross-cultural exchange long before white people showed up being raggedy and violent and terrible and trying to take everything from everybody. And that's really important, because if we believe that history starts for us when white people drag us to these shores, then we can never get outside of the notion that this is going to be our existential struggle. All things that begin end. White folks are not infinite and eternal, right? They ain't gonna go on for infinity and infinity. And that's super important to remember, that white colonialism and imperialism has a beginning. And in my way of thinking about the world, that means it has an end. And so part of what we are trying to do is to imagine what are the steps that we must take to get to the other side of this very inconvenient, you know, epochal interruption of like black and indigenous world making. I mean, does that give people comfort on the day to day when you like just having to deal with white folks and the travesties that they create and the sense that they want to destroy the planet? Nah, there is a world beyond even our sojourn on the earth. And so whiteness is going to have an end date, because it is not, despite what white people think of themselves, they do not defy the laws of eternity, right? Their projects are not so sophisticated that the natural laws of physics change for them. And when we sort of humble them humble our own understandings of whiteness, it seems like the biggest giant that we face. But in the end, right, it is what I like to say is, you know, black folks were out here for centuries and centuries and millennia doing all kinds of wonderful things, and probably some up things too, but whiteness is largely an inconvenient interruption. And so we then get to ask ourselves, so why am I here in this moment of it? Like, damn, you know, why did I show up in this particular iteration? And it's like, well, I think we showed up in this iteration precisely so that we could help to figure out an end and a way to the other side of this, you know, gargantuan historical tragedy that is white supremacy.
So now we got to react to that. Well, I think everybody thinks they is somebody else. Everybody's like, they is this person, this group. They. Everybody's pointed they. And they're thinking it's this other person, this other group of people, this other group, black people, white people. Whatever.
What I don't,
right? Is that what's going on? Like, what? Everybody makes up a boogeyman, and it has to be that group is what is doing it. Now, is there some truth to what she's saying? Yes, there's some truth. There's kernels of truth there, of course.
There are definitely kernels
but
of truth.
But there's broad generalizations as well. Very broad.
But one of the things that I really like that kind of stuck out to me on what she was saying is
what is white?
Like pretty wrong on her end.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's sitting there, she's like, "Oh well, the indigenous and the black people have been in America for generation and indigenous." Correct.
Yeah, I know.
Not, and I'm not trying to say it like this, but not you.
This goes to the Hebrew Israelites, the black Israelites. This goes right to their twisted idea,
and
where they believe. Well, huh? Well,
to me, it's not totally.
They don't
date
them. They came over as slaves. Okay. And then, so they're basically saying that the white man dominated these two groups, you know, which is true, but they weren't historically here before. Like black people were not here before they came on the slave trade.
And on top of that, when they sit there talking about, oh, like she was saying, like, oh, they always have to conquer this and do, like, you know what I mean? Like, take this over, whatever, make it for them only. You do realize, miss, that, like, in Africa, tribes fight over territory. Still. You do realize that there are, like, if you go to a really simplistic human/animalistic thinking, so put yourself back 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, pre-human, you know, like caveman, like that's what these people are in the Amazon jungle, the African, wherever, like uncharted Africa, uncharted Asia. I will tell you this much. I don't really think that the Europeans have much uncharted area.
I think there was like a group. There are some groups.
I'm sure there are some.
They still speak Gaelic.
Like I'm sure there still are. But are they as third world
Remember,
or disconnected?
Slav came from Slavic.
Right, but I'm saying, are they as remote as the ones that are still...
They have those really, like, I'm sure in Russia too, like where Kazakhstan,
and
where it becomes Asia.
Right.
Right in those outskirt areas where it's really...
I mentioned Asia that.
Yeah,
but like I get that, like Europe may not have that, but I will definitely say this much. You don't think that there's still, or up until probably up until the World Wars, honestly, like World War I, there were probably uncharted French/German/other ethnicity, other countries there in the Alps. There were probably tribes up there of, you know, per se, pre-modern human-like living before the 1900s. I'm sure in the 1800s, there were still tribes and people of indigenous European people in those mountains living. Now, I don't know about nowadays, especially after all the wars and stuff like that. But, like, that's the thing. Like, she's making such a general, broad statement by saying it's all this just the white people thing, right? When yet, sorry to say it this way, they were the ones that went all around the world first. I mean, the Vikings came over to the Americas before Mr. Columbus.
Leif Erikson.
So, like, come on now. That's documented and knowledgeable. And on top of that, I'm just putting it out like the Christopher Columbus discovered the island, not necessarily America, the new frontier of the continent. You can at least put Leif Erikson and the Vikings. They discovered the North American continent.
Well, it had a lot to do with Catholicism. You know, Western... Like we talk about on the show, Western civilization basically came from Catholicism.
And that was another thing I never heard her mention. She was talking all the spiritual. Mm-hmm. Never once did she mention God. Not once did she mention any kind of a religious type.
It was very cerebral.
Yeah, and
of the world, her perception.
And again, it's just
not really spiritual.
Nothing really at all. Nothing was spiritual about that. At all, my opinion.
I don't think so either.
My opinion on a lot of her quote-unquote stated facts about white people, wrong. I don't believe that it just applies to white people. It applies to everybody.
You think so?
Look, every race or oid
Who
out
is
there
they? Who's they?
They have a they. Everybody has a they.
Everybody has a they?
Yes. Some people believe it's maybe this particular type of people.
A lot of people think it's the Jews.
Or some may think it's the Christians or it's the Catholics.
Kanye's been crazy lately, right?
Well, of course Ye would be.
Talking about that. And it's a crazy rabbit hole to go down, dude. I'm telling you, because I found myself going down it too. Look at December 7th.
Mm-hmm.
That Nick Fuentes character.
Yeah.
Look, it just got banned from another bank. That's the 5th one, he says. I mean,
they couldn't, and you know.
Oh, man, what are you talking about? They?
That's what I mean. They could be anybody you want. And
it's the boogeyman.
That is what I like about the term they, because it can be so vague.
Mm-hmm. Jewish people are a good group to call they though? Probably. I don't even know how to say that, like, without just stupidly.
In ways, but then the way I look at it too,
there's a lot of lines that you could connect.
Yeah.
And there's weird things.
Well, just historically speaking here, Judaism was around in that time, right?
I'm glad we're talking about this now, way deep within the episode. Just hide the anti-Semitism in there.
Well, right. So stop talking about that like that.
Just
now you just didn't hide it. But no, either way, but back in the times of the biblical days or whatever, when Jesus was for 0 BC, okay? What were the religion back then? Paganism and then Judaism. At least I'm talking the biblical area that we're talking about, like the Middle Eastern area, okay? I know Hinduism was out there, and so was
Islam came around. What year did Islam come around?
Islam came around in 700 AD.
And it AD?
Yeah. It came
and
after.
and it came after, but it did mention Jesus in it.
The Quran? Yeah, Quran does mention Jesus.
It's interesting, out of the
even a person that is he's like a lower level saint for us. You get what I mean by that? For them. For them, yeah.
He was an Abrahamic, one out of the 3 Abrahamic religions.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them do revere Jesus Christ.
Right. One very high, one lower.
Right.
And then one not at all.
That is interesting. And the one when they say Antichrist, it does apply literally to,
the one
a philosophy
group, because
that is against for some reason.
And it's funny because they will acknowledge that that the person depicted whatever it lived as a man.
All I'm saying is this:
not
just
half.
the same way that we just watched how the white people are Christian people, right? I mean, Catholics. I mean, I think we were talking about Catholicism moved Western civilization over. The first teachers were the monks, and the Catholic monks were the first ones to build schools, and they converted the Indians. They transferred everything was affected by Catholicism, and white people and Christian people, European Christian people, and there's no two ways about it. They did dominate, and they're scum. Everybody's scum, but it is open season on talking about white people and Christian people in general. Look at Ethan Klein. You know that guy, right?
Yep.
That we talk about sometimes. He's Jewish, and he is, I guess, an Israeli citizen because he's married to an Israeli woman. And he is sitting here talking about that he's gonna, I think, do a mock crucifixion. Did we talk about this?
I don't think we did.
Look at this.
I'm doing my part. So you could sit in your parents' basement and cry about it.
Yeah.
And I'd do it again. Give me the spear.
Uh-oh.
I'll do it again.
You're going to piss off the weird hysterical nerds, dude.
Good. If Jesus was here on a cross, I'd spear him.
No, he's not going to. That'd be funny if he got banned for
I'm not
that.
gonna get in
That's
trouble
an
for that.
insane thing. No shot.
Give me the hammer and the spikes.
Well,
I'm putting it up there.
If someone could do it, it's Ethan. He'll find a way.
I'll do it again.
Okay.
I liked it the first time, and I'll do it again, Nick. I'm getting on a call with all my Jewish brothers and sisters.
There's 30 minutes left. I really want to make Dan proud. Let's.
You know what I'm planning this Christmas? A mock execution of Jesus Christ.
No.
Dedicated to Nick Fuentes.
Outstanding. Pow!
Is he just being ironic and sarcastic?
I mean,
and funny? Is he just feeding into the whole stereotype of it, I guess?
That's a tough one, because I feel as if there is a bit of his body language was kind of showing a little bit of, when I say energy, his movement showing happiness, not seriousness.
Yeah.
He was just being a little too jokingly, regardless if it's a jokeable subject or not. He was saying it in a more satirical type way, I would say, on this one. The other times he said stuff, no, I felt he was serious. But that was a bit of a, especially at the end when he said it, dedicating it to Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
I mean, look, regardless if there really is a beef between them and they really hate each other or not, that was just a little, that I just felt like a playful stab. It's still a stab. I'm not saying he didn't go after him, but it's more playful like.
Yeah.
And it's more innocent like. However, there is honesty in jest. So it's one of those like slippery, it is a bit of a double-edged sword there. It's just how sharp are both the sides.
What do you think about him getting debanked like that?
Well, Nick, see, anybody that gets, in my opinion, if you would call it deplatformed from a bank, if that's what, or canceled from a bank.
Should that be allowed?
No, because just as, I know it's the X-Files and it's just a TV show, but what they were talking about in that last part of the clip, when the banks say, oh, it will happen on Friday, oh, we can't access the money, you can't access the money for X amount of days. I was always told by my grandpa who was preparing for a lot of the end days, he always told me, once you hear from the bank that you can't access your money for more than 3 days, it's time to run. It's time to hide. Because once they cut off your money, they cut everything off. Hence why he's still to this day doesn't have a bank.
Your crazy grandpop is very... he
doesn't have a bank.
Insightful.
Yeah, he does not have a bank because he refuses to put his money in other people's hands.
Shh, don't tell anybody that.
No, I said in other people's hands. It doesn't matter who it is. He doesn't care. He doesn't want his money. Like, he just, like, think about it.
But you're joking. I know you're joking about this. It's in jest, right?
Yeah, but hold on. I'm not even like saying anything negative like that. I'm saying he's saying just in general the idea of a bank. Who cares who created the idea of money and blah 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 blah. Think about this. You work a whole week, like let's say in the coal mines, right? You get out of the coal mine and you have your money in hand. You could go and buy some beer maybe at the pub. You could go here to the local general store and get some supplies for home. You could go to the brothel. You can go where you want. But what makes logical sense, he said to me, to give another person the money you just earned and say, here, keep it safe. I don't trust that they're going to care enough to put their life on the line to keep my money safe. I know it sounds old-timey, like Wild Wild West type talk, but he's like, how did the mentality change? In generations. It doesn't. The mentality's still there. It's just done in a different type way. Like, it's not the Wild Wild West now.
I want to take a phone call?
Yes, I do.
Hello?
Good
To
morning.
accept this call, press 1 or no.
Oh, we're going to take a phone call. Nice.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous.
Nice.
I'm obviously watching the show, and I don't think I was behind if you guys were still talking about the banking system.
Yep,
I totally agree with the grandfather that, like, you shouldn't be putting your money there. Because let's think about it. How many of us don't really pay attention to our bank account down to, like, let's say the penny? How hard would it be for, like, just a computer hacker to go in there and take 1 penny from X amount of people? You know what I mean? You'd never see it. You'd never miss it.
I understand. I'm an accountant. I mean, it's very difficult to give up, to trust people.
Right.
And as a business owner, you have to trust a person to take care of your money and actually, do your books. Well, you should do your own books, but you know what I'm saying. There's a level of you take off. You have to have trust for somebody financially to go into your bank account. Banks are crazy. I mean, also you set up and if you do credit card, take credit card. They do an ACH payment. They take a fee for every single payment that you swipe. Yeah. You get a percentage. You have to pay to the bank for the privilege of just being able to make transactions.
Yeah.
there's a shopping plaza over here where I live, and in the plaza there is a fee built into every purchase made in that plaza, and no one has a clue.
By the way, the caller, when we talk, very vague, very super vague, no mention at all of anywhere we are.
Oh no, that's why I said where I live.
Yeah. Okay, just
I got it.
Good.
Yeah, I am definitely SMRT. We're good, bro. We're good. Yeah.
Okay.
So
continue.
No, but I definitely, because I was a server and a bartender at one point in time. My world functioned in cash a lot. So, like, I guess my follow-up question is what I'm interested in is if this whole collapse of like the banking system and everything happens, like let's say his grandfather's thing of 3 days and no one accesses their money, and then it's going to be a shit show, right? Mm-hmm. What becomes the currency at that point? Does the paper dollar do anything at that point, or are we talking about we're going down to like, metal?
We will make T-shirts for beer.
Well, one, but then two, also, like,
right? Is it going to be a bartering system? Like, what is going to be the new currency?
That's how my grandpop always told me. He's like, it's going to be a barter system, and he's like on everything. Not that per se the dollar will lose its value, like the paper money.
Mm-hmm.
It's that more or less that there will be no more like trading per se, like with cash apps and other stuff like that. It will be back to cash in hand, and then once the cash does run out, the cash will, like the paper money, the physical money will run out.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's when it will go back to, once again, like gold and silver, denarius, which is what one of the old Roman measuring equations was, which they talk about in
yeah.
When a quart of wheat becomes one denarius, which is about 10 gold.
And it had the
coins.
picture of Caesar on it, right?
Yeah, it's worth about 10 gold pieces, single pieces, so it's like a dime, but I don't know how that would translate in like Roman currency.
Mm-hmm.
But it becomes something like that. The gold and silver and precious metals, and then of course bartering of jobs.
And then skills.
Skills and stuff like that will become the norm again. Because like I feel like without going forward in order to go forward like this, we have to take a step back every time. Every time there's an advancement.
Well, and that makes sense. Yeah, it's like, oh, y'all got too much power. Let's back this off a little bit. I totally get that. It sounds like what you're saying, that we're going to have to go into more of a tribe village type situation where, like back in the day, there was like a baker and there was like a shoemaker, you know what I mean? And like there was the guy that like grew the vegetables and like there was all these different services, and they had to intertwine in their little network, aka village. Like if you couldn't physically walk there, they weren't within your circle of
trade or whatever you would call it. Yeah.
Right. Unless you were willing to travel distances, which like if that would be the way the world would go about things, I think it would be so much improved, because like everybody likes helping people. We get great feelings by assisting people and doing nice things for people, right? But then so many of us are so unwilling to ask for help or let people do nice things for us. And I think that when you allow someone else to have that good feeling that you get from doing nice things, it just works for everybody. It's a coexistence at that point, instead of people bickering and fighting over stupid stuff,
Mm-hmm. What do you think about all the censorship that has been going on online, and basically the corporate communism that seems to have happened?
Okay, yeah, so
where it's basically it's so it should be separation of church and state and corporation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't
I think at this point the state has become the corporation. It's just a technicality loophole word.
Yeah. I feel as if those two entities have become like one, because it's so hard to define.
Yeah.
It's so hard to define a line anymore between state and or government and corporation anymore.
There's not, because there's so much money and favors and things being exchanged under the table that the general public doesn't even see.
Yep.
At all. So like there's a corporation, I don't name names, but there was a company that originally came out with a lubricant for the Navy, okay? And it was high industrial strength lubricant. Well, at that one point, they didn't need as much as this lubricant, so they had to find a way to repurpose this. Well, they found out they could tweak a couple of ingredients and turn it into a food cooking.
Oh.
Yeah, like, you know, the people could use it to start cooking their food and stuff. So they went and, you know, shook some hands and kissed some babies and did what they had to do to have studies and convince people that this was fit for human consumption. No one even thinking about the fact that this was literally a lubricant for a machine. It is not meant to be eaten, but I don't think that the people that passed it through,
a lot of them do it.
How do they do it? Because they lie to their faces.
No, Chinese people use,
you know, it's like hindsight
oil.
is 2020. So at the time, they thought that they were making the right call, and they thought that what was being, you know, indoctrinated into the world was, oh yeah, look, they've got scientific research. Well, then 5 years go by, and that research is debunked and shit. But they didn't know that at the time.
Right.
But then no one's willing to eat that crow and swallow their pride and stand up and go, hey, I messed up. I made a bad call. Let's do something about it. They want to die on that hill. They want to stand on that research from 5 years ago.
Caller. Who is they for you?
Who is they for me? The people that control the outer aspects of my life, that dictate the taxes that I pay and the money that I make. I mean, just they is people that are trying to run the fucking show.
Would you have any how can I put this? Any particular like type of person that you would expect this from, like who they would almost be like?
Have you ever seen They Live?
I think anyone that is completely self-serving. I think anyone that can be okay with charging $350 for a concert ticket for them to come see a comedy show or experience some live music and some joy and the beautiful things in the world, but not conceptualize things like how many hours did the average person have to go work their 9 to 5 to be able to come do this. And then let's think about it even further. How much debt did they have to go into to be able to go pay for a hotel room, which is ridiculously expensive? Because why? True. Oh, there's a show in town. Because a week ago, that room was $67 and now you're charging $150. And now your ticket is like $300 and something freaking dollars per person. I have paid $300 for a ticket. It was amazing. Could I afford it? Hell no.
So it's just things. Is it just that every individual is motivated by money?
Greedy.
Greedy.
Money.
Yeah.
So it's really not a grand conspiracy. It's not a grand conspiracy in the end. It's just that there's a bunch of scums out there who basically are totally worldly and all.
But they're not considering the ripple effect that is put out by their actions. That they're all, and I don't even think a lot of them do it maliciously or with the intent of being unaware as to what they're doing and how it affects other people. I think people are in their little phones and their screens and their world. I describe them as Clydesdales, like the horses. Like you put blinders on a horse for a reason. So it stays in the fucking zone. Sorry, I don't mean to use profanity, but it stays in the. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. Bleep me. And I'm the one that always says that no one should be saying that. But you put them in the blinders, and I think there's just so many people that have blinders on. And it doesn't mean they're a bad horse, and it doesn't mean they're a bad person. Mm-hmm. But I think that it's the job of people that don't have blinders on to, as gently and with as much kindness as possible, start taking them off. You know, like this whole Twitter thing and everything that was going on where so many people were censored and shut down. I get it. I was pissed too. I get it. I pulled back from social media. I get it. But if we come back at them the same way that they were treating us, two wrongs do not make a right. What's good for the goose is not good for the gander.
True.
We have to come back with love and understanding and with a coexisting mind of, hey, we were all lied to. Okay? Now, what are we going to do about it? Because united we conquer, divided we fall. And if y'all want to keep being at each other's throats about things that aren't even really relevant, then they're going to get away with it.
That's very true. I mean, like, and I gotta say, like, the one thing.
Who's they?
that's the whole thing. They is it's the selfish mind. It's the sin, or as in Catholicism, it's the sinful mind. It's the 7 deadly sins, stuff like that. But how I think of this is everybody is the same when you're born. You have a beating heart the same way that everybody else does. Hopefully a brain that functions just as well as everybody else's. And
right.
But and then when you die, at the moment of the death, and that's it, right? You're all the same. You are now the same. It doesn't matter.
Right. That's why people idolize the whole idea
in life. It's all the same before creation and after.
Nobody's above anybody else. Nobody's below anybody else. And we're all going to die someday.
And this is one of the big.
That's why people enforce uniforms.
Yeah.
That's why there's uniforms and stuff in school with these kids, because then the kids can't be picking on the other kids. Oh, you're not wearing Nike. Oh, you're not wearing, whatever name brand stamp you've got. So now I'm going to pick on you and mess with you because, right, exactly. So what they've done to combat that is they put these kids in uniforms, but even then they're still allowed to wear whatever sneakers they want, so that just becomes a thing. So it's pretty much, oh, you don't have as many nice and shiny things as I do. You're beneath me. Yeah, okay. Well, when your house burns down and you don't have those nice and shiny things, let's see how happy and braggy you are about what a awesome life you have then. It's just, no one is better than, we're all scum, like you guys say all the time. No one is free of being a hypocrite. No one is free of sin. No one is free of letting their pride and their ego get to them and make them, causing them to make bad decisions. No one is free of it. They don't think that way. They believe that what they're doing is okay.
That they're above it.
Are they Satan worshipers?
In a way.
I believe that a lot of people are participating in demonic
unbeknownst
things.
to them? Unbeknownst
to them.
I don't feel like every person who, what was the one song, the Lil Nas X song, Old Town Road, whatever? When you really listen to it and you know the things behind him and his songs like that, it's actually a terrible song. It's not a song for children at all to be repeating. It's about.
Let's talk about other songs like that one is interpretive. Let's talk about songs that are blatant. WAP.
I was on the tip of my tongue. I was about to say that. Yeah, that's a.
Now listen, none of us are here.
But when you couple that with the knowledge that the first music came from singing about God. That's where music came from.
Well, yeah.
Singing about God. And
how? Well, and
when you sing about other things,
talked about this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I go to church, I noticeably can sing. I just sing better. I don't know what it is. I know I don't sound like that when I sing other songs, but when I'm singing gospel music, the amount of power that is in my voice is not there in other songs. But music is absolutely powerful. I don't think anybody that's been to a live concert or a show of any kind, when you're in a stadium, the ticket that I paid $300 for, let me tell you, I would pay $300 for again. Absolutely. But I was in there and I was surrounded with thousands upon thousands of people that all knew the words to the same song, and we were all singing them at the same time. I was crying. The emotional experience that I was having by being in a group of people that were passionate about this artist the way that I was, I'm getting chills talking about it right now. You're never going to be able to take that moment away from me. And I think that people need to consider that sometimes their other words have powers, like playing the song WAP in front of your, 13-year-old daughter that is starting to come into her body and come into the fact that she's becoming a woman and she's going through puberty. And then you're playing that anthem in the car, you're jamming out to it and dancing to it. You're displaying behaviors like that. Your daughter is at a sexual, vulnerable age. Okay. And then the first time she has an encounter with a boy, she's going to think that this is the expected standard norm. You are not thinking about what this does to not only the mindset of children that hear this type of music, but boys have a song like there's a song called "These Hoes Ain't Loyal." Yeah. And just there's songs about women being very disposable and having multiples, and I don't think that's what God wants at all. I don't think
satanic. It is satanic.
It is, and it's all unbeknownst.
Because
unbeknownst.
Because yes, dude, it was all. There's something about singing. I didn't even realize I could sing. I could even hold a note. I started going to church every day,
right,
and just singing the little couple lines or whatever, and then like, wow, I could actually kind of sing. Okay, and where's that coming from? And then you realize, like, all these different artists. Think about Beyonce, right? Where did Beyonce learn how to sing? She learned in church. A lot of people learn how to sing in church, so they can realize that they can sing from first singing in church. That's where you first start singing. That's the first topics that you start singing about.
So this is a gift given by God. Now think about how many other artists,
it's a form
or
of
comedians
prayer,
or podcasters and they get up there, and at first she was only doing it for God and in church, but then how much is she charging for tickets now?
I know.
She's not just giving of her gift anymore. And I understand that people have to pay for costs, and I understand that people have to make money. And I have no problem with someone that's creating beautiful things for people to live well. But do you need 8 mansions? Do you need 4 private jets?
I mean,
at what point does it not just become gluttony?
That's the thing. Like, I feel like if we look at, and that's all the they out, any they person out there that anybody thinks of. The biggest thing you can boil it down to, it's their selfishness, and that is it. Because
it's not the Jews. I can't just blame the Jews. No, that's not right. That's not right.
Because
like the same way Ethan Klein just plays into it. I can't start just playing into it on the other way.
What I mean,
can I do that?
Well, you could, but 2 wrongs don't make it right. I don't think that's gonna work out for you. But do what you want, man. You got free will for a reason.
You do. She is right on that, and I'd have to say too, like with it, like just because, like for instance, like just because you were subject to an amount of torture doesn't mean that when it's on the other hand that you dish out the same necessarily.
Do you believe? Okay, affirmative action, right? You know what affirmative action is?
Yeah. I was in corporate. I was in HR for 10 years. Yeah, I know what it is.
Okay, so affirmative action. Could you explain what that is for me? I'm a dumb person. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like a quota. So, you have a quota of diversity, right? Something like that.
Yeah, and then they also get a tax break for doing it.
Okay, would you say that certain areas in society are overrepresented with Jewish people?
I think that I've learned a lot about.
There's only 2%.
I think they've set up their own villages, and
2% actually.
I think
of the world's population are Jewish people, and they are in a lot of crazy sectors of society, like overrepresented, in my opinion. Seems like.
Well, I mean, I totally vibe with that, but I can tell you what I can tell you there are beautiful things about the Jewish faith. And when you're talking about them all kind of living together and grouping together, I think one of the things that they've done right is setting up that sense of community, setting up that sense of these are your people, this is your tribe, this is, we're not, I don't think all of them believe the same thing. I think just like in any religion, sometimes we struggle accepting certain parts of it. And sometimes maybe those parts aren't for us. I don't know how you want to put it. So I believe that there are definitely Jewish people that feel the same way about certain aspects where they're like, I'm not particularly fond of that. But either way, they have a reliable network system, a nervous system of a collective unit of people. That is a beautiful thing. And that's what
but it's a
lot of people are missing.
It's a different philosophy than the Christian, because the Christian is where it's supposed to be. That's the misinterpretation of it, by the way. The Catholic interpretation of Christianity, which is the communal thing. It's about the church, right? And then now in American Christianity now is more just the individual. You don't need a church. You are the church. And, you know, you don't need to go to a physical place, and everybody's by themselves. Actually, it's more individualistic, in my opinion, than Judaism, which is all about a people. They're you know, where Christian people are like it's my individual relationship with God, and Judaism is more about God and his relationship with an entire group of people that you belong to. That's different. It's a different philosophy on life.
Right. But okay. So the way I feel about that is there's varying levels of intensity. Okay. So there's some people that may hold these, you know, in every religion may hold these very strong and stern and gatekeepy kind of, you know, mentality, and they don't let any outsiders in, and, you know, no one is welcome. And, you know, this can go as far as even getting into cultism. I definitely think there are extremisms in every religion. Well, but I do not think that is the basis in how all people of that religion operate. And I'm not going to fucking put a broad, excuse me.
Can't do it.
I'm not going to put
no cursing, please. Sorry.
I know. I'm sorry. But the broad paintbrush stroke of just putting across someone's face and labeling them because of other people's actions when they may not believe and practice it to that level, I can't do.
I'm just saying it's a philosophy that is different. It's a different way of perceiving reality, where you think about it's an entire. I belong to a group of people that have a relationship with God, a special relationship with God, or versus me myself. I have a relationship with God. There's a difference, and you know I think that Catholicism, in that form of Christianity, it's really all about the church. That's what connects everybody together. It's more about the community and all the good things that you know Jewish people have. They do have that. They have that community, and Christian people are supposed to have that as well. But we've been. I think that's
what going to church is about.
They're trying to. I think you know they're trying to
divide us,
misinterpret what Christianity is, and you always hear about these new Christian sects of people, and they think that there's no need for a church. There's no need to go to a church.
I think there's a lot of people that have experienced someone that says they're a Christian and goes to church every week, but you know, they actually know their kids and find out that they're being horribly abused and that these people aren't good people while they walk around. You know, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing is what I'm saying. So, you know, and we are the sheep, we are the flock. And I think there's a lot of people that are wearing sheep's clothing, but underneath they are a wolf. They're not treating their husbands well. They're not treating their kids well. They're verbally abusive. They're physically abusive. They're sexually abusive behind closed doors. But out in public, they're a sheep. When they're home, they're a wolf, and they're tearing everybody apart. And when people see that level of hypocrisy, when they don't want to be associated with it, because they start making the assumption that this one wolf that is with the sheep is too broken and too demonic for them to even want to be around. So they start looking at everybody else that is wearing the sheep's clothing going, are you a wolf? Are you a wolf? No, I can't tell who's a wolf. I'm out.
That's like the They Live thing too. Same thing.
So what?
The They Live. Have you ever seen They Live? Yeah. The movie?
No.
Oh, it's a great movie. I can't believe nobody's seen it on this except for me. But it's a great film. It's basically a documentary. But
no, I haven't seen it, but I will definitely look it up.
Putting on those glasses, that's like being able to see who is the wolf.
Yeah. Taking off the blinders. Like, you know, if you're like, I think it's the same thing.
Basically, taking Jesus into your heart and becoming a Christian puts on the you put on the glasses, and you can see what's true, or you see whoever the wolf is. You
know, I was talking about this, that if we could really find a way on how everything is more connected than different. Like, if we would focus on similarities and not differences more, the coexistence would be a lot easier, because for me personally, I have a more spiritual sense of self, and I believe that accepting God, or for me, I prefer to call him Yahweh based on the readings that I've had, but there's different readings, different strokes for different folks. But for me, I believe that it opens your third eye. You know, everybody talks about the third eye and how we're aligned, and we have all these vibrations and these things within us that they can measure with devices, you know? So for me, when I finally stopped being angry with God and I accepted him into my life, I believe that my eyes were opened and I was able to see things more clearly and feel more guided and was more set on what my path was, because I could see.
That is true. I mean, and that's kind of where I would boil it down, like, to the whole they thing, because it's whoever they are just selfish, sinful. You call it whatever religion you want, like, you know, you call it whatever denomination of people. It's all of them have the one thing in common, that they all are just selfish. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Mm-hmm. But you know what else they have in common? Do you know what else all of them have in common? They all think they're right.
But what about, have you seen the thing with Charlemagne the God? And he interviewed the guy from the ADL.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
You saw it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's too bad she can't comment on it because she hasn't seen it before and she won't see it right now. But basically, Charlemagne, you know the show Breakfast Club, right?
No.
Well, you can watch it if you want to. If you're following along at home.
Talk about it. I mean, yeah.
Huh?
I said I'll definitely look it up, though. I'm taking notes.
I'm going to talk about. You know what? I gotta. This is a long stream right now already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys have other stuff to get to. It was great talking to you, and we'll catch up another time for sure.
Yes, thank you very much for adding it. Listen, you got to work on the cursing. No more cursing.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I always wanted to know why it's a bad word. Like, why that?
It's inappropriate for we. It goes against our.
No. I totally get why society speaking. Why it's inappropriate, and I totally apologize. I would never want someone's kid to walk in the room and hear me say that. But what I'm wondering is the origins. Like, why are bad words bad words? Why are they not supposed to be spoken? Anyway, something I'm probably going to research when I get off.
It's probably the same thing as like with the singing, singing about certain topics in general too.
Yeah, right. There's power behind saying the F word, and we don't even realize it.
There's power behind words.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure. All right. You guys have a great show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for calling in, caller. I appreciate you calling again. Thank you.
Oh, yes, for sure. Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. Well, I was going to go into this whole thing about who I think they is. It's totally messed up because I was going down a rabbit hole because of Ye.
Right.
Didn't Ye get you to go down? Did Ye get a lot of people to go down a crazy rabbit hole or what?
I've been down this rabbit hole waiting for people.
You have? You're sick.
My grandpa told me this stuff at 12 years old. My grandpa.
He was an anti-Semite? You're admitting that? Your grandfather was... No.
Not totally, but he's not just against them. He's against anybody who's against God.
Charlemagne the God, right? On ADL. You saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Does this prove the Ye thing? I mean, at all? I mean,
I think I personally, yes.
He uses interesting words. Watch this.
Yes.
Y'all are proving somebody like Kanye, right? Because Kanye says, hey, Jewish people have all the power, and then he loses everything.
Well, look, the insidious nature of anti-Semitism and these tropes about power is Kanye can say these things. Jews have all the power; they're controlling everything. And if we don't get him, if we don't deal with that, the myth spreads and it takes root. Outstanding.
Who's we?
That's exactly the point. But like I don't know, man.
That's
again
crazy, right?
Well, and again, I'm thinking of it in prophecy, like Revelation, whatever, that they want to unite everyone under this world religion as well and world government. It's a dual part, the beast of the land and the beast from the sea. With that being said, I think most people in the more modern time, my opinion.
Do you think that would work? Is that good?
No. What I'm saying, in my opinion, is that like most people have been focusing on the beast, if I'm correct, from the land, who is the Antichrist and the political world government leader. What people have failed to do is that everybody is signing up, per se, unbeknownst to them, to the religion. The fact that there's so many people within different interfaith, meaning there are Muslims, there are Jewish people, there are Christians, there are all of them, who may have been raised whatever religious way their parents were, but then now are just, I just believe in whatever, the God or Allah or all that stuff, Yahweh, and I just do it at home. They're taking away from the whole idea of the...
They're making it think of universal. Is it good, though, that it's a universal thought of God? In a different... No?
No, because if it's one thing that I have noticed, and it's not that it's the most proud thing of a human that I am, of all of us humans, we humans strive to find the differences, and we fail to see the similarities. But with that being said...
Like the caller was saying...
We can't all be... Like, the idea of a unified, peaceful group of people is a great thing. However, that doesn't mean that everybody has to be one type of peaceful. Meaning, like, hey, for us, I'm gonna, or at least for me, I'll speak for me here. For me, the Catholic thing, it works. I like it. It makes sense. There are some ridiculous times, but it's not that far-fetched to believe it. That's when now that's me. Now, I know within just probably the local church that we go to, whatever, bro, there are probably some people in there that think totally different about certain Catholic things that even I think of. So with that being said, that's fine. That's good, because we're still unified by one thing. Then that's why it's good that these other religions exist. Yes, we should inhabit the earth together, but not join as one thing. Because, okay, I'll say it the way I'm trying not to say it. We should all still be our individualistic groups.
Should we try to convert people?
But not be a unified one world thing. Whether it's a government, whether it's a religion, whether it's a tech product or a clothing product, or not everybody in the world should be united by one thing like that. The only thing that should unite all of us humans is that we're all on this earth at the same time. And that before life we were the same as each other, and after life, most likely we will be the same, as in we will just be souls or energy. So with that said, the time where we're here, we need to have our differences. But it not necessarily need to be, I don't think we need to be killing each other over our differences like in North Philadelphia or Chicago or New York. Definitely not cooking the rats from New York either. But like, there's an amount of utopian society that is right for, I think, humans. But then there's a certain amount that is bad. Because if all of us are just unified and connected by thinking one way, we're just mindless sheep. But yet, if we battle each other too much, we're creating too much division amongst how many similarities we actually have. There's a balance to it, which is why Newton's law of physics, every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Just because the reaction happened and it created a new chemical, it's two different things now. It started off as maybe water and now it's hydrogen, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not scientifically like that. So, like, we need to be different but unified. Not to the hatred level that they have. Because I do not feel, and for 1 second, that the country, America, is together in almost any sense. I mean, there's so much realistic division between like left and right, especially, that like even the people in the middle ground, like the neutral area, they're just saying the H with it, and they just don't want any part of it. We'll let you idiot battle it out, and then they're doing their own thing, but then that's creating divisions amongst everything. There has to be enough similarities, but enough differences. As soon as there's more of one, the balance gets taken out. I mean, it's just like, how did all these people live for centuries and millennia before the magical baby Jesus Christ was born of the Immaculate Mary? Just how about this? Before Judaism,
gotta focus on love. Can't focus on hate.
Exactly. But like I said,
that's the main thing that comes from Christianity is love.
Everybody, and I'm going to say it too,
love thy neighbor.
From the Jewish religion too, because they love their community, they love their flock.
Yeah, but love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor actually means love a fellow Jew. Look at this. Love your neighbor. Look at this. In one of your articles, you quote the verse, "And you shall love your neighbor, fellow Jew, as yourself." Why is it necessary to add the parenthetical comment that one's neighbor means one's fellow Jew? Why can't one take the verse at face value and say, "I shall love my neighbor as myself," period, without restricting the mitzvah in a parochial sense? If anything, the dictum, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," should be interpreted to mean not just one's fellow Jews, but all humanity, regardless of spiritual path, and indeed all living things, and all creation itself. Thank you. Answer. Look at this. Question and answers right here. Okay. Mm-hmm. The Hebrew of the Torah is not easily translatable. The customary translation of Ve'ahavta, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," from Leviticus, seems to imply that all of Reyaka is not accurate. First, let us observe the context in which the above phrase appears in the Torah. "You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall not take revenge or feel resentment against the children of your people. You shall love your companion as yourself." From this, it is clear that your companion refers to the same category as your brother and the children of your people, all explicitly referring to one's fellow Jew. Thus, we see that in the Torah, the Hebrew word reyacha explicitly means your fellow Jew. It does not refer to anyone outside the Jewish faith. Neighbor is not an accurate translation for the word reyacha. The Hebrew word for neighbor is shachen. The Hebrew word reya means a very close companion. Sometimes it is used to mean spouse, just as a Jewish soul is commanded to unite in marriage only with another Jewish soul. So there is also an explicit commandment in the Torah that a very close friendship and companionship with another should be established only with someone referred to as reya. A Jew is not allowed to develop a very close relationship with a non-Jew. Where is that? Hold on. Referred to as a reya. Jews not allowed to develop a very close relationship with a non-Jew for the simple reason that the non-Jew's faulty faith system might have negative influence on the Jew. The Jew is commanded to respect all human beings. The Torah prohibits any negative behavior toward a non-Jew so long as he is not an enemy. He is instructed, however, not to become too close a companion to him. Thus, the above verse, Ve'ahavta, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," does not imply a universal neighbor. To be honest with the text, the parenthetical "a fellow Jew" must appear. However, the Torah requires a level of love for every one of God's creations. God's ultimate motivation for creation is love. That is why the Hebrew word for creation, bihibaram, is the permutation of the word bavaram, Abraham symbolizes love. God created everything through the channel of the soul, root of Abraham, who is love. Abraham is the first Jew. As the first or prototype Jew, he bestowed tremendous love upon all God's creatures. He worked tirelessly to bring the true faith to all of humanity through his root of, and then it cuts off. But, so, that is interesting. About that. There's like the it's because it's the collective. It's a different mindset. It's a different, I think that Catholicism teaches that mindset, the more communal mindset.
Yeah.
The church, the community, us as a people, Christians.
Yes, it definitely does.
Where they don't do that as much now in some of the other Christian denominations,
It's not even that they don't do that. The one, especially the one that just say that it's just their own private, like, prayer closet thing, that don't go to church at all. Like, they basically took like okay, so let's say it like maybe there's 3 steps to become a faithful follower of whatever,
whatever it is,
whatever it is. Maybe the first one is like kind of like you take an oath that I will defend and do this, whatever, Second one is maybe you have now done it for X amount of time. I know for like confirmation, you have to do certain things before you get confirmed. Like community, I know I had to volunteer X amount of hours and other, things like that. Well, those people have done like the first part where they accept God into their life. Maybe the second part is like to accept God into every day of your life. Like maybe more practice it more, like
and actually work at it and do it.
Right. So it's like, okay, perfect analogy. You're trying to get into shape. You're working out. You maybe cheat and do 1 cycle of steroids, and then you look in the mirror. What the H? I'm not jacked up. Steroids don't work. Did you? Or did you do the full, like, let's say it was something like, oh, do 3 full cycles, then you'll look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know. But you do 1 cycle or a half a cycle, and you're like, what the H? I don't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It doesn't work. It's fake.
Listen to this, Ian Crossland from Timcast. I know you don't really watch Timcast, but it's one of the sidekicks.
Okay.
He says that there's that, like, a lot of Jewish people, secular, I guess, don't really have God in their lives. Like you're kind of saying, like, doesn't matter what your background is religiously, you just don't really like accept God and practice God. There's so many secular Jewish people because Jewishness is not just a religion, it's also an ethnicity, it's an ethno-religion. Right. So they people, identify as Jewish, but then they don't really buy into the religion of the Abraham and what they're talking about, all that stuff. I think that's a lot of it too, but listen to what he says. Is this ridiculous or what?
FES177.com.
Crazy it is that Kanye's waking up a bunch of Jewish people and pointing them to God. Like last night on that Gavin McInnes interview, I'll explain it. Gavin was like, I don't know about
that one, Ian.
Yeah, Gavin's like, because Nick was saying, oh, there's a cabal, or they were saying there's a cabal of people that are preventing Kanye from, getting to another echelon of wealth or whatever. There's a cabal, and Kanye's like, it's the Jewish people. And Gavin was like, I don't think they're Jewish. If you don't believe in God, you're not Jewish. And it's something I said last week too. So Gavin, if you're listening, hell yeah, dude, nice one. And it's true. And I think
no, that's not true.
Let me finish, please.
I understand, but I want to like, if you make a point, just explain. If you make like 12 points in a row, we can't address all of them. It's called the Gish Gallop. So you said a few things right now that I think need to be addressed. One, you can be ethnically Jewish and not religious.
Yeah, well, I think you need a different word for that.
Okay, well, that's an important thing to make.
It's like saying the word means 2 different things. It's nonsense. The word means something. What does the word mean? What does Jewish mean? Okay, let's define it and move on. Give me 2 definitions.
You can say religiously, or you can say ethnically. Then, right?
Well, I'm just talking about the word. What does the word mean? Let's be specific. The word means that you're Jewish, meaning what? That you're a Jew, meaning what? That you believe in God. That's the tenet of Judaism. That's like the tenet.
I'm pretty sure we have people here who are ethnically Jewish.
Their parents were, like, if your great-great-grandparents were Jewish, then that doesn't mean that you are. You got to believe in it. It's a process. It's like an understanding. this is my thoughts are that what's going to happen is people are realizing, like, if you're a fallen Jew, if you've like no longer believe in this and you're just this atheist taking advantage of people, you're going to realize that God is great. That it's like it's there for all of us. So we're all in this together. And I think that what's happening is there's going to be a revelation within Judaism and probably all the major religions on earth, that there's going to be some sort of transformation where people come back to the faith, and Kanye will be looked at as someone that saved the Jews.
A reformation.
Yeah.
I just have to say, Ian,
because he returned them to God.
I think this may be one of the most insane things I've ever heard you say.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Outstanding. I love that clip. I don't necessarily believe that clip was noted for there. I actually kind of like what he was saying.
You think, yeah?
Because he's making a very, very, very good distinction there, which I'm sorry, Timcast, you're an idiot if you're not understanding.
I was trying to make this distinction, but it's so hard to do it. It's so, it's so difficult to communicate it without people thinking you're a bigot. I think that there's a problem.
And let me put this in, let's put it like this then. So, is it natural to think that every Chinese man knows karate or knows kung fu?
Don't they?
No. And is it also okay to think that every person who is English, like Great Britain English, their teeth are messed up automatically? Every English person.
A lot of them do.
Oh, no. All of them?
No, not all. Not all.
Now, this is the problem that people have. The ones that say, oh, not all. No. Okay, well, here's the thing. If you have to specify that, this world had gone to a JLP thing, hell in a handbasket here.
Because you can't generalize things?
Right, because here's, just as I was saying, just in the...
There's an entire nonprofits funded just to generalize things, make up...
Exactly, because they're trying
statistical generalizations. It's what they do.
They're trying to just divide more and more, because all the... I mean, if you think of it, the religion, right? Like the Crusades and stuff like that, that didn't happen until 800. Okay, so you're telling me that for 800 years... actually, and in the last 100 years.
You said
ago,
Islam came around 700. So as soon as 700 started, we started fighting.
And there's something about that though. It because I'm not even getting that joke on it, but seriously, you look at the people from Israel and the Middle East, they all look similar, right? They do. Secondly, the point I'm going to make on this is that no, it isn't necessarily just the Jewish or the Judaism part. Muslims do recognize Christ as somebody. The Jewish religion does not, of any significance. They believe that person lived, died, and there was a person on that cross.
They killed him.
Right, but they don't believe that he was any of what he says. Then there's been just a lot. There's so much division that they want to cause, right? Because the way I see it is that the Muslim religion, when it came out, it could have sided almost with Christianity and Catholicism.
It could, right? Seems
it could have, because they have minor details about origin that are different than the Christianity and Catholicism origins.
Mm-hmm.
And that could have been 2 on 1. So what does one group do? They start making problems between the others, so nobody would have unison. I feel like they feared that with the Muslims and the Christians having some reverence, a similarity, that they would then eventually possibly join more. Because if I remember correctly, the Muslim religion would spin off more of the Torah, it's similar to that.
It is?
Yeah. There's a lot of similar of the similarity there.
Here's a
and with the Bible.
Here's a quote unquote real Jew.
FES177.com.
This is a sign that conveys the message of what it means to be a Jew. As it says, a Jew, not a Zionist, and pray for the speedy, peaceful dismantlement of the state of Israel. And then it's repeated, nkusa.org, our site for people to go further and see their website, and then to see it's in Arabic, the same message. And basically it means that people, unfortunately, around the world see somebody as I am dressed, and they think that automatically I am dressed very religiously. I'm definitely a strong supporter of the state of Israel and of the occupation of the people of Palestine. And in truth, there could be nothing further from the truth.
In truth, what you want is the speedy, peaceful dismantlement of the state of Israel.
Because it's contradictory. Judaism is subservience to the Almighty, practiced for thousands of years, a covenant with God to be subservient to Him. And Zionism is a new movement, a relatively new movement, a transformation from the religion into a base, materialistic, nationalistic movement to have a piece of land which is forbidden for the Jewish people.
Okay, we'll try and get your position clear on this. What you're saying is that the existence of Israel is somehow against your religion.
The Jewish religion forbids, since the destruction of the temple 2,000 years ago, we were given an edict, a decree by God, it's a prophecy of King Solomon, that we are not to attempt to recreate our sovereignty. Even 1 inch of Jewish sovereignty, even in an uninhabited land, is expressly forbidden. And Jews wait for the day when God will make a miracle, where all humanity will serve Him in harmony. We won't have to convince an atheist that there is a God. Everybody will recognize God, and then we will all go up and serve Him. Prior to that event, we are expressly forbidden to try to attempt to make any Jewish nationalism sovereignty, and this was respected and upheld by Jews throughout the trials and tribulations of the Inquisition, the Crusades, and every time period of Judaism when they were easily capable of buying land. They never did it because they understood this is against the will of the Almighty, and this is not what it means to be a Jew.
FES177.com.
I mean, I guess he's kind of right on that. If they're not supposed to buy land, it's not about that. It's again, he's calling it a collective idea, not even a religion at that point, which is what I believe personally that is misskewed with most people. Not that I'm not respecting the Torah or any of the books that they use.
It's just more about the spirituality.
Right, which, again, these religions coming out, every religion I feel like had a good point in each of them. I'm going to give the pagans the credit here where they had multiple gods of different things, right? The god of the ocean, Poseidon,
Mm-hmm.
I forget what Hermes was, but all the different gods out there, right?
Right.
Just as the Catholics and the Christians have their saints, their patron saints of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a similarity, not the same, but a similarity. You can take the teaching and see and apply it there.
Speaking of saints, can I talk about some saints for today?
All right.
We'll kind of wind down, do the meditation, we'll get out of here. But let me talk about some saints of the day. Because it's good, it's good to just wipe the palate clean for a second with talking about all the minutia of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And remember why we do the podcast, really. Because it sucks to do so much worldly stuff because it bogs it down. The point of the podcast is to do an array of Catholic things mixed in, right?
Yeah.
Almost like
But we've been mixed.
We have been. Okay. We've been doing the right thing. But let's mix it up and let's do some good stuff too. And let me just get your perspective on this. All right, Genghis?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, my God. Charlemagne. Speaking of Charlemagne the God. Charlemagne's great 3 times grandmother, Saint Bega of Andine. She was a Belgian widow and abbess. She was the sister of Saint Gertrude of Nivelles.
Mm-hmm.
She was the mother of Pippin of Herstal, who established the Carolingian dynasty, making her the great-great-great-grandmother of Charlemagne. After being widowed, she became a nun. Since she was of royal blood, she had the means and the influence to establish a monastery. She also was able to procure enough funds to build 7 churches.
Funny that she built 7.
Yeah.
With the holy number 7.
It is. A Dominican master general. He was a French Dominican priest. His profession was delayed many times to his hemorrhagic illness. However, the Dominicans recognized his leadership skills that was later elected as the 76th master of the order. The Pope even wanted him to become a cardinal, but the French government did not allow it. His major contribution to the church was his effort of reorganizing the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay. He's a Blessed Hyacinth Marie Cormier. He's got the Marie name. The Mary name.
Of course he does.
The father of Trinitarians, Saint Jean de Matha. He was a French priest and founder. He lived during the time of the Crusades. After his ordination, he had a vision of Christ who was with a Christian slave. This was a sign from God for him to establish a religious order, the Order of the Most Holy Trinity, or the Trinitarians. Their main charism during that time was to ransom Christian captives from Muslims. He himself went to Tunisia and was able to rescue hundreds of captives. Interesting. Kind of goes along with what we were talking about today.
Yep.
The monk king of the Bretons, Saint Judicael of Brittany. He was a married layperson who is king of the Britons. Wow, that's like the guy from Monty Python. King of the Britons. I know you probably don't get it, but do you? Do you remember
King
that?
Arthur, King of the Britons.
King Arthur,
Yeah.
King of the Britons?
Yeah, he rode around with his Patsy, the trusty servant with coconuts.
This is crazy, man. Look he was a prince who chose to become a monk, even if he was the heir of his father. But when his brother died, he agreed to leave the monastery and take the throne. He ruled wisely, restoring peace between the Bretons and the Franks. He later abdicated from his throne, left the monarchy to one of his brothers, and chose to spend his last years as a monk again.
Fair enough. He took it. He did what he wanted. Then his birthright had showed up in his life.
He had to do
took
that.
and then he went back to it when he could pass it on to somebody else.
It sounds like what he needed to do.
That's exactly what you need to do. That's where I oppose when people are so young and have like nothing else. Not nothing, but like when they're so young and they're just like, oh, I'm 16 years old. I can't wait to join seminary school in 2 years. Like, look, like don't be cast. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm not saying we don't need young preachers or anything. We do. But I feel like there's got to be something more. Most of these saints who are revered, if they get into it, like especially if they're royalty, they tend to like go later, which is good because I see it as okay. So they go and they live life or normal life, whatever, and then they
learn from
then they go into being like okay, like X thing happened in my life, lost the wife, lost the kid, lost this, the tragedy, the blah blah blah, any of that. Factor X came into play. Time to join the monastery. And so perfect with the last one. My brother couldn't take the position of power. I will do that while I can. And until the next one is ready. And then I'll go back to my life. That's thinking... that's thinking selflessly. Because that whole kingdom could have fell. Everything could have, and it could have changed history, But instead, he did what he maybe didn't want to do. Let's just put it out there. If he joined the monastery first, I'm not so sure he really wanted to be in any kind of position of power. They're too humble for that. But yeah, he did it. It's his family birthright. It's family right.
Here, let's continue on. This is December 17th. Venerable mentions none with a candle that lights itself. Saint Wivine of Grand Brigard. She was a Flemish Benedictine abbess. She had many suitors, but she refused to get married. One of her suitors became sick after she refused. She went to him and healed him. She became a hermitess near Brussels. Her reputation attracted disciples, so she built a Benedictine convent of Grand Brigade on land donated by a count and served as its first abbess. It is said that she had a candle that miraculously caught fire on its own.
The light the light that will guide you through the darkness, no matter what.
The holy Jesuit gymnast, Venerable Kazap Istvan Vilmos. Today is his death anniversary. He was a Hungarian Jesuit novice. He was an excellent gymnast. He longed for a monastic life, but he doubted whether he would be worthy of the priestly vocation. He later joined the Jesuits. A spirituality of prayer, expiation, and sacrifice began to unfold in his mind as he experienced an even more intense chain of physical suffering due to a mysterious illness. He was only 19.
19, that young already to be that involved, but
that's true, right?
I mean,
an Ivorian model Catholic, Ivorian, servant of God, Valerie Emma Wandet. Today is her death anniversary. She was an Ivorian from Cote d'Ivoire, married layperson. She was the wife of the servant of God, Luis Wandade. In her adolescence, she was the slave of a wealthy merchant, subjected to mistreatment. She was later converted to Catholicism. In the mission, she met Louis. She and her husband served as catechists and became model spouses. I got two more venerables.
Mm-hmm.
Two more. A Spanish servant of the poor, Blessed Matilde of the Sacred Heart. She was a Spanish nun and founder. Her original name was Matilde Teles Robles. Educated from an early age in the Christian faith, very young, she decided to dedicate herself totally to the Lord, despite the fact that her father wanted a brilliant social life for her. She established Congregation of the Daughters of Mary, Mother of the Church. She devoted herself with care to, first of all, material help, but also spiritual of the needy.
Well, very giving, as every saint should be.
And then the last but not least, venerable mention of today, December 17th, a servant of the Holy Family, St. Joseph Manyanet Vives. He was a Spanish priest and founder of the Congregation of the Sons of the Holy Family and the Missionary Daughters of the Holy Family of Nazareth, both dedicated to serving Christian family, teaching, and parish ministry. He founded schools and ministerial centers. He wrote books encouraging devotion to the Holy Family, worked for the construction of the Sagrada Familia Basilica in Barcelona, built by Antonio Gaudi. All right. You okay, man?
Mm-hmm.
You dying over there?
No.
You good? Okay.
For a little bit, yeah.
Can I do the Fulton Sheen?
Yeah.
Let me do Fulton. This is the
wisdom of Fulton Sheen.
Where's the Fulton Sheen book?
Charlie Sheen! That's how I roll. I have one speed, I have one gear.
You can never be commanded, for example, to like pickles.
You know how base we are. Outstanding.
I love pickles.
That's happening.
Yep, momentarily we gotta get our Fulton Sheen book up here for you. I do gotta say it is one of my favorite. It is a good book to read out of.
A good book. Talk about Fulton Sheen, who he is.
That's what I'm saying. All right.
Who is he?
All right. Fulton Sheen was a bishop during a telecaster. He also had a TV show for you to watch during the 60s, I believe, and 50s, right? Mm-hmm. And then he also wrote multiple books and became, I believe, at the highest level, Archbishop. I believe was his.
He was like what
right?
Timothy Dolan right now is of New York was. He was a bishop of New York City.
I feel like he was Archbishop before he passed away. I feel like his last title was Archbishop.
Take a look.
That's what I'm doing.
Here he has some words of wisdom for every day in this book, and we just read it every day for December 17th. It's really short, actually. It's only like a sentence. When you think of the condition the world is in now, you sometimes wish that Noah had missed the boat.
Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm. What?
I don't know. I'm
what?
thinking about that. See, sometimes you wish, I mean, just what we didn't even get to start over. There's no point because we were Sodom and Gomorrah. The whole world is Sodom and Gomorrah, right? It's very evil. Regardless of who they are,
right? And with that, but with
satanic,
yeah. And by the way, no, he was not Archbishop. I don't know why I thought he made Archbishop. I apologize.
Did you hear the new Ye track? You did, didn't you?
FES177.com. Take it from me, someday we'll all be free. Take it from me, someday we'll all be free. Just wait and see, someday we'll all be free. Take it from me, someday.
Waking up till I can't do this anymore. Text. And the Bible said I can't have any more sex till marriage. No trip to Paris. The meek should flourish. So where's my heiress? You wouldn't understand. Out there in this area, your friends are staring. Everyone's a Karen. Claiming that they caring. Wasn't given a fair hand. Getting called from parents. Got calls for prayers. Now song from their hands. I forget what fear is. I forget what fear is. I forget what fear is. Other than the fear of the Almighty Yeshua. Who knew you before you knew who you was? Wearing down the teeth for you, respond to me. Y'all know honesty, y'all all honor me. I know cause the headlines why she wanna leave. You know I follow God, so you should follow me. Take it from me, someday we'll all be free. I ain't never rocked with none of y'all, no way. And I'm pulling up in that white OJ. Used to wear a watch filled with the O'Shea's. Jackson, if you're nasty. Tweeted DEF CON, now we past 3. Tweeted DEF CON, now we past 3.
Can we just kind of say, like, you like the uniforms, but that's about it?
There's a lot of things that I love,
Outstanding.
I've never really, I have still, and I stay true to it. Just not a fan of his, like, me. I don't know what it is. I just don't. I have never gotten with his stuff, like, with him on music.
You don't like Kanye? No?
And not that I'm, like, saying, like, he's terrible. I recognize he's good. It's just something about whether it's his voice, his flow, or his whatever, you know? It just doesn't do it for me. Like, I recognize he had bars and that. He was talented in it. It's just, it doesn't do it for me. Like, I actually don't even think I ever had a, like, Kanye West song on any music device I had.
I don't think he's trying to, like, make a banger or anything, but he is saying something, right? He is saying something cryptically or whatever, or blatantly. All right, take it from me. Someday we'll all be free. That's a nice thought.
I agree with what he's saying.
Free from what? Free from whom?
I just have a hard
because that's
time,
what he is. Man, so crazy about that. Did you see that the World Jewish Congress?
No.
President Ronald Lauder calls for Apple, Spotify to remove Kanye West's music. I think that's crazy.
Well, that doesn't...
what and then you start thinking, what is they? What is that?
I mean, I guess they can be that whoever it really wants to be. It just
so happens to a lot of Jewish people are part of they somehow.
Yeah.
For some reason.
FATENZO.com. As president of the World Jewish Congress, I have visited 40 of the 100 countries that we represent. That makes up 98% of all the Jews in diaspora.
The way Jeffrey Epstein got an Austrian passport with a Saudi residency inside of it is through a man by the name of Ronald Lauder, a billionaire, the former U.S. ambassador to Austria between 1986 to 1987, and the current president of the World Jewish Congress. Oh, wait, did I forget to notice?
Ronald Lauder.
Ronald Lauder.
You just started to say heir to Estee Lauder
Companies.
Cosmetic Corporation.
Yes.
And president of what?
The World Jewish Congress.
And he was U.S. ambassador to Austria in the 80s at the same time that this passport was issued.
Yeah, 86 to 87 to be precise, actually. It's very odd.
And then in July 2001, Zionists, that's strong supporters of Israel, got the lease for the World Trade Center. It became their property. And that was done through a man named Ron Lauder, the son of Estee Lauder. And he, in Israel, he works together with Major General Daniel Rothschild at Mossad University. He has a school there, and he runs the Institute for Policy and Strategy. This man was put in charge of privatizing New York property for Governor Pataki. He oversaw the privatization efforts of New York State, in which they decided to privatize the World Trade Center, because the World Trade Center was public property prior to 9/11. And then it went from the Port Authority, this man, Lou Eisenberg, he transferred after negotiations the property to this man, Larry Silverstein. But these men are connected through something called the UJA Federation of New York, which is a Zionist fundraising operation, where he's the national chairman and he is on the board of the planning board. And again, Larry Silverstein, the man who got the World Trade Center lease for 99 years, is this man here. He had weekly phone calls every Sunday afternoon with Benjamin Netanyahu. Then in July 24th, 2001, he got the keys to the front door of the World Trade Center. This is what was left 5 weeks later.
Outstanding! Pow!
I guess he could have been involved with that as well, yeah. I mean, I don't know much on him. Enough on him to really think if that had any...
It's not about that. It's about there's a World Jewish Congress. What is that?
Okay.
And then why are they calling for Kanye West to have all his music taken off Apple and everything? That's kind of suspect and weird. That's all I'm saying. That's kind of weird. Okay?
Yes, it is weird. Yes, it is weird. I know it's weird. And I mean, to forget any other part of it, I mean, why would he be going after Kanye? Because he's trying to say things that he's not liking. And the whole Congress is going to just think they can go after Ye for that because it's a collective identity.
Yeah.
And that's all that it is.
All of this craziness happened while we were gone on a brief hiatus.
Yes, it did.
But I think we're pretty caught up now.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember, man, this is a job and we're trying to do something, dude. So you got to overpower certain things and really be into it. Or, it's really... it's not.
Okay, I believe that that the Jews are the problem.
What? I'm not saying that.
I don't like talking about it.
It's uncomfortable.
Right, but that doesn't mean that it's. Okay,
but you really do think that, you crazy racist Asian? That's what you think?
Who are the ones that control Hollywood, banks, and all other major things that run the world? Because if they decide to shut down every bit of market, what markets are going to be open? I'm not saying that it's all of them or whatever. It's the 0.1% of the elites of the world. The 0.1 of the elites of the world are running that. And why is it that so many of them are just in that whole identity, whatever you would call it,
Yeah.
And it's like, there's something to it. It's sort of like, all right, fine, a little bit of NFL analogy here. After all the years when Tom Brady was with the Patriots, right? The first couple of years, nobody really questioned him winning the Super Bowl. I think it was his fifth one. After he won it, they found him. They're like, yo, the balls were kind of deflated. Yo, the thing, you get what I mean? The first 3 times he won, they were just, oh yeah, congratulations. Then after like 4, 5, 6, 7, how is he winning all of them? And it's not just me. I was a very big dislikable fan of Tom Brady. I never liked him.
You think that there's a conspiracy behind that? Tom Brady
even a little
winning?
bit there, yeah. Well, not really a conspiracy in that way. Just football conspiracy that he definitely cheated. Yes, I believe that.
Yeah,
100%. I believe that he's probably one of the most textbook provable cheaters of modern sports history right now. I have not had anybody come to me yet with another person that say like they're the bigger documented cheater in any sports. I will wait. Because it's, to me, in my opinion, it's Tom Brady. Because how can somebody keep winning, or always be in control? They're doing something. There's some backdoor deal going on here. There's something.
I don't think so. He's the GOAT, dude.
No. Without Bill Belichick, he would be nobody. Before Bill Belichick picked him up, he was on the Denver Broncos as a second-string quarterback that nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Belichick made him.
You know how we always talk about those power names?
Right.
This is a crazy thing that I saw on Twitter, right?
Yep.
I don't know if there's any truth to this. And I blocked out the names, but of the people that were posting this. But I read recently that in the Middle Ages, Jews used to go through a formal renaming ceremony for any Jew who was close to dying. They thought God would commission an angel to deliver death to the Jew by name. By changing the name, they thought they could trick the angel and live. And also on the other side right here, this is apparently a custom in Jewishness. The guy writes, be a Jew, sin all year, transfer your sins to a chicken, torture the chicken and kill it. The chicken goes to hell instead of you. Yay, we trick God. Dude, there's a lot of insane traditions and stuff, like apparently with Jewishness, the religion. Oral tradition has apparently overtaken the the Bible, like the Bible that you read, the Old Testament Bible.
Right.
It's more about these other books that were written by people, and
every single one of them.
I've been reading some. This one is like the Baba Kappa or Kappa Baba. I forget how to pronounce it.
Right.
And it's written like a law book. It's a law book. It was all talking about. I can't believe it. It was crazy. It was like talking about a subpoena, like how to properly subpoena somebody.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And this is the holy book. Why is the holy book talking about that? I mean, how to subpoena somebody when Jesus Christ talks about settle out of court, because we covered it one day, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
That's the Christian way. The Christian way is settle out of court.
I mean, that's the whole thing, though. This is a whole collective of people who believe in one way, okay? And a lot of people have made these jokes in other TV shows and stuff that I watch. One of them in Family Guy, Mort had to burn. He was burning down his business for insurance money. Mort is a Jew, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they were sitting there like, okay, guys, how do we burn it down and make it look like an accident, Peter? Right? Mort's like, oh, don't worry about that, Peter. You could just check the Torah. There's a whole section in there about insurance fraud.
Really?
I've heard the joke before, not that specifically, but like, oh, you need to sue somebody? Don't worry, your uncle's Jewish. He has that part of the Bible memorized. I can't remember the movie, but I remember that, where they were like, oh, don't worry, like your uncle's a Jewish and a lawyer. He knows all of it.
What's the Talmud? The Talmud is something different too. It's not the
Talmud's
Bible.
another book. There are
there's numerous books though. Or it's a book with numerous books in it, like a Bible, like a little Bible
that's
too.
what the Bible is just a collection.
Can you tell me what the Talmud is, please? And listen, let's go get buffet.
All right.
All right. So you know, everything will be good. Everything will be nice and good.
Okay. The Talmud is the central text of Rabbinic Judaism and the primary source of Jewish religious law and Jewish theology.
But it's not the Bible, though.
It's part of it. It's part. The Rabbinic Judaism uses the Talmud as part of the books, just as Catholics have took out the Book of Enoch. Not that.
Okay, got it. Yes.
The different sects, just like how the Ethiopian Orthodox has the Book of Enoch.
Check this out. So I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw this on the Twitter. Jewish Talmud. Okay, these are some excerpts. Even the best of Goyim should all be killed. Is that true? Is this just fake? Goyim. You know what the Goyim is? Goyim are anybody non-Jew, right? Okay. All children of Goyim are animals. Gentiles, goys, are not humans. They are beasts. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl. Gentile goy girls are in a state of nida, filth from birth. Look at this, the Sanhedrin. A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. This has got to be fake, right? I mean, is this the misinformation they talk about? Because if it is, then we're buying into it. If a goy hits a Jew, he must be killed. What? When a Jew murders a Gentile, there will be no death penalty. If you eat with a goy, is the same as eating with a dog. If a Jew finds an object lost by a Gentile goy, it does not have to be returned. Gentile goys prefer sex with cows, and Jews may use lies to circumvent a goy Gentile.
I don't know if that's true.
Sounds crazy, right? There's all kinds of insane conspiracy theories, man. What about that the Jews are behind all pornography?
Maybe, yeah. Have
you ever heard of this guy, Al Goldstein?
No.
An American pornographer. He's known for helping normalize hardcore pornography in the United States. Here's his views on Christianity. Okay? In his book, XXX Communicated. A Rebel Without a Soul. Okay? Luke Ford wrote about a conversation with Goldstein in which Ford asked Goldstein why Jews are dramatically overrepresented in the porn industry. He answered, "The only reason that Jews are in pornography is that we think that Christ sucks. Catholicism sucks. We don't believe in authoritarianism. Pornography thus becomes a way of defiling Christian culture, and as it penetrates to the very heart of the American mainstream and is no doubt consumed by those very same wasps, its subversive character becomes more charged." Ford then asked, "What does it mean to you to be a Jew?" To which Goldstein responded, "It doesn't mean anything. It means that I'm called a kike." Ford also asked, "Do you believe in God?" Goldstein said, "I believe in me. I'm God. Screw God. God is your need to believe in blah, blah, blah." It cuts off right there. But that just sounds like somebody who just doesn't believe in God.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely atheist. Thinking that he is God. No, and if he's just using the whole, I don't know, maybe he's using the collective still.
Do you think there's power in a name where you could just change your name like that? That is true, right? They're always trying to. People are always trying to identify you. There's this whole identity thing that we have going on right now. It permeates society. Pronouns, identity, right? Identity politics. There's something to that, man. There's something to that, and I think that there's some power in changing your name up and doing a pseudonym.
There is. I definitely think there is. But
being a name fluid English major is so smart for me.
But that's the problem that I think people are having with this whole identity thing. You are not the perceived identity between your ears. You are you. You are how you are, how God created you. People start trying to grab onto all the BS about identity and gender this and this, that, and whatever, right? They're basically saying forget what biologically and scientifically over centuries and millennia have said. I identify because I am more powerful and all-knowing than God. But you are nothing. And when I mean that, and when I say that, I mean like in the real thing of it, we are nothing. Individualized. And I mean that even to the people who have, millions of followers, you're still a nobody. Because all you're doing is you are putting on an image, a character, for this identity that has been created for you or you created for yourself. No identity. All identities are created by you.
All right, I'm gonna do one more crazy thing. We're gonna do one more stupid topic, and then we are done for real. Okay, I know this is a long one, and it's not gonna be like this, Genghis. In the future, this is just a makeup, and then from now on, for the rest of the time,
4 hours, though.
I know. For the rest of the time, we're gonna do just an hour or so, right, in the morning, like it's intended to do, like it's intended.
Yes, I know.
But I wanted to show you this one last thing from our 2-week hiatus.
Okay.
Project Veritas.
All right.
They came out with a video. They do every now and again, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has some stuff to do with identity, right? I mean, this is usually the things that they are exposing are people way too consumed with identity, in my opinion.
Well, that's what I think most of the world is, really.
That's the problem.
It's the left and the right.
The Jewish people know what's up, man. They know that that they can transfer the name right at the end of your death, right when you're about to die. You just change your identity right there. Wow, that is smart. And then God calls out the other person. Brilliant, because there is power in that. They know, you have to buy into a certain identity. You have to buy into a name. It's an ego thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they hold accountable people for certain. That's how God holds you accountable. You think you could trick God by doing that? No way. You can't.
It doesn't.
God doesn't care about aliases.
Right. And again, that identity, all right. Let's put it like this. We all know I was adopted, right? And born in another country, so sadly I can't be your president ever.
Just Elon Musk. Good. He can't either. He was born in Africa.
That's fine. Either way, once again, the identity is all between your ears and made up. If I was not adopted, I would have a totally different outlook and identity in life. You get what I'm saying? Because it's the identity that was put on by society rules and society BS.
You're basically like an African. You know what it's like to be an African American, kind of, in a way.
A little bit, which is why that video of that woman really infuriated me.
You were taken to another land, foreign land,
but that video of what she was saying very infuriated me a lot about how she was saying it, because she's just like not having self-awareness of being grateful for anything. Because you know what? Fine, you go to Rwanda and you tell me how the people, or Darfur, tell me how the people are handling after their genocides. You tell me that they're living a better life? Oh, because we're proud and we're in that. No.
Most
they're sitting there crying for help from other people, from Europe, from America, from Asia. They were calling all throughout the world when the genocide of Darfur was going on. You can't tell me that just because they're African and they're living in Africa and they were never stripped away of their homeland that they are like all of a sudden happier. No.
But most African Americans have European heritage in there also.
Well, yes, they do. Yes. But it just it doesn't make
That's the crazy thing that they're not understanding. It's a complex thing. You're made up of a lot of different things in America. We're mutts. We're all mutts. Black mutts, white mutts.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's all it is. And even Asian mutts. There are Asian people that are who live in New York City or some kind of city, right? Mm-hmm. And they're just Asian, so they marry, a Japanese person marries a Chinese person or whatever. They all Vietnamese person marries a Korean person. Mm-hmm. So you have just mutts here in America. We all co-mingle and coexist.
Yes. That was one of the points, yes. But it's still like she's just not I don't think she gets it one bit. That like she would take it, even if they were taken by force, okay? I'll put it this way.
Forced assimilation.
It doesn't, because here's the thing. Nothing would have changed if they were to stay in Africa. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
If their ancient ancestor was kidnapped from Africa and brought to America and made a slave, that their life has turned out to the way it is now because of that. But at that very same time, you could still be dealing with the ones that are still in remote African villages that still don't have, or they're like a third world country. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I look at it. Like, I looked at it back in the 90s when I was born, growing up in the 90s, from an potentially unwed mother, especially being 14 years old. Like, life would not have been like grand for me.
Right.
So once again, these people 200 years later from their ancestors' terrible thing that happened to them are still talking about it.
Wow.
I mean, as far as I really
adopted
know,
people have to deal with this on a generational level. You're only one generation removed from that.
Right.
From forced assimilation.
But that's the thing. And it's evident in my sister and me, I believe. One who accepts it. Me. Who realizes, okay, I could have had a whole lot worse if I was still there. Versus one who may not be as open to that.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing goes for the slaves, the people of the slave trade, and all of them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sitting here saying that, like, the forced assimilation didn't, like, mess with my head at all or none of that, you know? It did when I was younger. Yes, it definitely did when I was younger. But, like, once you become more, like, not worldly of, like, the BS stuff in the world, worldly as in you lived in the world, and you lived a little bit of life, those little things that I used to complain about mean nothing now. Oh, it's not fair. I was taken away from Korea. There's a lot of cool stuff over there that I think I would have much rather grow up doing that. Although, you know what? Being stuck there and maybe not having a full-on life of poverty everywhere.
But you have a unique perspective of life. Yeah. A different one that you would have had there.
Yeah.
And that's good. It's beautiful.
There are different perspectives of everything. I mean, I could have been raised I could have been raised by, like...
in South America.
Well, not even that.
You could have grew up speaking Spanish.
Yes, I could have.
You could have.
I could, yes.
You could have been adopted by a lot of different families.
Right. I could have, even in a more simplistic way then. I full on believe I was raised by very nice white people. But I could have been raised by some very bad white people. In New Jersey, in the same town, in the same neighborhood down the street.
Where else were the Koreans, like a lot of Koreans who get adopted internationally? Have you ever looked into that? Do they go for instance, Australia?
No, I never looked that up ever.
Or England. Go to it. You know, that'd be interesting.
All right.
No, you know what I mean?
I never cared about where anybody goes, because the biggest thing I've learned was when you're born, you're dealt with a hand. It's a poker analogy, but seriously, you're dealt with a hand.
Yeah.
And you have to play it to the best of your ability. But the other people that you don't know at that table have better hands than you, or maybe not, and they're just bluffing you. They're trying to win you over. That's all life is, because like I said, you're the same nothingness before birth and the same nothingness after. I'm not trying to make it sound so depressing that we're nothing and we're insignificant, not saying it like that.
Yeah.
But I realized 2,000 years ago was not that long ago. But in this day and age, 2 years ago, 7 billion people. That's a big difference. And again, I'm not trying to make it sound depressing that you're nothing. I am not saying it like that. What I'm saying is that, like, everybody in this world, you impact your own intermediate circle, or as the caller put it, your own what you see, like the horse blinder, you may impact what you see there in front of you, but you have no impact on to the right or to the left. So like and that's everybody. Everybody's the same. Maybe that when you're in the perception of somebody's horse blinders, you may impact them because they are in your blinders and you're in their blinders. Like you're in their line of view. But realistically, like just look at how crowds react in New York when they're walking, when everybody's walking to go to work and go, crisscrossing paths and everything. They have their headphones in. They don't care. They don't give a damn about the person next to them at all. You just go about your business. You just go walking down 2 blocks here, make a left here, get to the subway here, to that bus there, That's all life, I feel like, kind of is. It is just pure distraction of...
Not if you're Jewish, because then you feel connected with everybody else.
Even in that sense. Because, like...
It's a fraternity.
Well, that's the thing. Like, no matter what, like, if you're thinking of it, I'll think of it analogy, like, if a chain, right? If one link breaks, the chain then falls apart and there's a gap in it, or a hiatus. Then, with that being said, you have somebody come in, outside force, and maybe put a new link in there to make it full again. That could be somebody was dying and they decided to change their name. They took out the one. Or maybe the one that they took out was the chicken. The chicken that they cursed and then tortured. And then they put a new link in, a.k.a. a new body.
I think Christians need to be more Jewish in the fact that we need to go back to the church. Stop being sold a bill of goods. Don't be listening to this whole thing where it's all individualistic. It's not. We are Christians together, and you got to think about it as a church. On this rock, I built my church, right?
Yes.
And that's what I believe. That's what I believe as a Catholic. And I think that's the right way to think. Let's just keep Project Veritas for tomorrow.
Either one, I guess.
Either one.
For today or tomorrow.
Make a decision right now. Say it.
I mean, I would like to push it to tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Well, tomorrow we'll do it tomorrow. All right. Let's get on with it. We will do the meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hit the thing? Meditation is by Carl Houselander, was a British artist, poet, and spiritual author from the Reed of God, 1944. This is called Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. It's the meditation of the day for December 17th. The whole thing was to happen secretly. There was to be no announcement. The psalmists had hymned Christ's coming on harps of gold. The prophets had foretold it with burning tongues. But now the loudest telling of his presence on earth was to be the heartbeat within the heartbeat of a child. It was to be a secret, and God was so jealous of his secret that he even guarded it at the cost of his little bride's seeming dishonor. This proved that God knew Our Lady's trust in him was absolutely without limit. She was to give him her body and soul unconditionally, and what in this new light would have seemed absurdly trivial to anyone but the child bride of wisdom. She was to give him her daily life. She was not even asked to live it alone with this God who was her own being and whose being was to be hers. No, he asked for her ordinary life shared with Joseph. She was not to neglect her simple human tenderness, her love for an earthly man, because God was her unborn child. On the contrary, the hands and feet, the heart, the waking, sleeping, and eating that were forming Christ were to form him in service to Joseph. Yes, it certainly seemed that God wanted to give the world the impression that it is ordinary for him to be born of a human creature. Well, that is a fact. God did mean it to be the ordinary thing, for it is his will that Christ shall be born in every human being's life, and not as a rule through extraordinary things, but through the ordinary daily life and the human love that people give to one another. Our Lady said yes. She said yes for us all. It was as if the human race were a little dark house without light or air, locked and latched. But one day a girl opened the door and the little house was swept pure and sweet by the wind. Seas of light swept through it, and the light remained in it. And in that little house a child was born, and the child was God.
Again, being childlike for God.
But the child was God.
Mm-hmm. Meaning,
the whole thing
I'm
about that
if
is
there's more of an analogy, my idea of like the child. Okay, what do you think of it then?
Oh, I just thinking about like the Holy Spirit impregnating Mary. Basically, I mean, God impregnated Mary. Isn't it crazy? And God was born. This person half man and half God. And how it was saying it comes into you and makes her pure, you know? And then this child is God. It's just like the whole craziness of it. She's giving her life to bring God into the world. It is a crazy thing to try to comprehend, you know, if you buy the whole story.
I mean, now I think, well, at least how I was saying with it being childlike, is not just being that God was, that they said.
But we need to be childlike too. Yeah, you're right. That is a reoccurring teaching within the Bible.
Even within the story of Mary, I see it being childlike. Because I give it most children up to the age of probably 5, realistically 5, most children, obedient followers. Mom, dad says, do this, do that. It will be done. We have to be more childlike. Just as Mary knew to save herself, she had this almost, whether you call it a stubborn belief that she's being saved for some special moment, you know? Or it's literally Joaquin and Anne might have told her, like, you have to save yourself for God. What if at 5 years old being told that, she just had held on to it? It's the same, like being childlike, not blindly, but being obedient like.
Let's do our prayer of the day.
FatEnzo.com. It's time for the Catholic prayer of the day.
Very professional, Patty. Good job on the soundbite.
And now for some completely fictional bullshit.
Stick to the credo, Patty. Stick to the credo.
Outstanding.
One thing he's good at.
Let's say the prayer of St. Michael. Nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. You forgot about that God part.
I know.
And the power of God. That's I forgot that too when I've been saying it.
Yeah, I do.
Because you gotta say the power of God line. It's very important, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, let's say our pre-praying section. We're just gonna That's the intercession. We'll ask for the intercession of Our Lady of Guadalupe
and Saint Nick
and Saint Nicholas, the real Saint Nicholas. Pray for us. Nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for life. Thank you for love. Thank you for listening. Thank you for letting us podcast. We really appreciate you. We pray for the godless swine out there, regardless of your, let's be liberals about this. Regardless of your background, if you accept God in your heart, that's good. That's good. That's a good start. That's what we want, right? Isn't that what we want, Genghis?
Yes, it is.
But if you decide to, put on your big boy pants and accept the Lord Jesus Christ in your heart as your personal Savior, well, I think you're definitely you're better off. You're better off. You're better off. That's what we hope and pray. We pray that everybody does that, regardless of what your background is. And we also pray for these individuals, right? Tell me a list of people to pray for.
We are going to pray for Yoel Roth, the one who is running all the censorship, or maybe not the only one.
Pray for him good.
One of them running all the censorship of Twitter. May he be able to give his soul up to the proper God and not to the devil below.
Accept Jesus Christ in your heart as your personal Savior, Yoel.
Yeah, we pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are going to pray for the FBI and other unintelligence committees out there that were putting their hands in the Twitter basket trying to get people banned. Let them see the errors of their way and go back to Jesus. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Now, this one is kind of like the last one, piggy and backing, but I love that Trump said it. We are going to pray for the censorship cartel out there. I love that title. The people out there who want to silence you and make you one of them, their follower. May they follow the Lord Jesus Christ in their heart and find God in truth. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are also going to pray for all those out there who are pushing for a metaverse living style, full-on digital life. May they see the errors of their ways that we were given not digital.
Is it bad to do that?
I think it is.
We can't have a digital church that connects everybody?
I don't really like the idea, but I can retract it for this prayer.
No. We shouldn't be having a debate during the... We'll save it. We'll take a neutral position and let's pray.
Yeah.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Let's also pray for the souls of Donald J. Trump, hopefully our future next president, that he may be out there carrying out God's will and not his own selfish will, and that he may do what is right for God's people. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Let's also pray for Ron DeSantis as well, that he may still fulfill his Floridian prophecy, I should call it. Sorry. That he may be the greatest leader of Florida that we have ever known.
Maybe he should live up to his name of saints.
Yeah,
power and name.
Yeah, power and name, that he shall live up to DeSantis. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Let's also pray for Brittany Griner and her wife for, my opinion, milking the whole thing and tricking the Biden administration into getting her released for the very pleasantly named Merchant of Death. Let them all see the errors of their ways, including Victor Powell and his war crime. And Brittany Griner's wife and the Biden administration.
Let God be with all those people.
Let them find God in their hearts. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are also going to pray for Balenciaga, or Balenciaga, that they may fall away from the father of lies and deception and go to the true Father and the true Son, Jesus Christ. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Let's also pray for the photo editor on Time Magazine, who seems to put everybody there in the M, giving them little devil horns. May they see the error or the neglecting ways of their ways, and that they may try to
Time Magazine publishers need God in their heart.
Yes.
Lord, hear our prayer. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, I'm trying. We're also going to pray. I did not catch her name, but the black professor that was on there.
Pray for her.
Hate about
pray
white
for her
people.
good.
Let's pray for her.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are also going to pray for the possible joke that Ethan Klein made toward Nick Fuentes. May it be out of only love and truthfulness from Jesus Christ.
Let's pray for him. What's his name? Ethan Klein? Let's pray for Ethan Klein.
Yeah, we are going to pray for him.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are also going to pray that we are going to pray for the soul of the ADL CEO, that he may see the errors, and all other nonprofit organizations that give you statistics. May they all see the errors of their ways, and that the devil works with numbers, and they need to find Jesus in their heart. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We're going to also pray for Charlemagne the God, who had the ADL CEO on there, and that he may stop being blinded by the leftist media and his other them out there, that he may be instead brainwashed by God and Jesus to do and love the world. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer and reconsider a new name. It's very egotistical.
Very blasphemous.
Yes.
And then finally, we are going to pray for Ronald Lauder and the Jewish Congress committee that they had up there. They're trying to get rid of Ye's music because they believe it pushes something they don't like. Let them go back to the true Father and find true peace with Jesus Christ. The man, the myth, the legend, who lived and reigned with all of us. We pray.
In the unity of the Holy Spirit.
Lord,
hear our prayer.
And Lord, let's please also pray for all them algorithm. Actually better. Let's pray for the censorship cartel people and the algorithmists and gatekeepers who are out there trying to silence you and make you believe what they want. May they see the errors of their ways and go back to God. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer. Let's pray for the caller.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that was one more. Let's also pray for the caller earlier today who won. We very appreciate her feedback, and we definitely appreciate her participation in the show.
And that she learns to not curse.
Yeah, that she may use less profanity from now on. We pray.
Lord, hear our prayer.
And finally, Lord, please hear all the prayers and intentions that we have nestled in the silence of our hearts here and throughout this either flat surface or round globe.
And we don't particularly Lord, hear our prayer. Lord, please hear these prayers that we offer for the souls of the sick who are in desperate need of a physician. May they accept your Son, Jesus Christ, in their hearts as their personal Savior who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Secular, seculorum.
Amen.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. The podcast is ended.
You got them?
You guys can go in peace to love and serve the Lord. And be what?
Outstanding to each other.
Oh.
Music.
Outstanding. Pow.
All right. We're out.
Now be outstanding.
All right. That was fun. See you guys later. See you tomorrow. And we'll be on a more normal time.
And also remember
that was a long one, man.
Yes, it was. And remember,
how you doing? You okay?
When you hear these bells, you can go to our page, like, subscribe, and share. And don't forget, we are on Twitter now.
That's right. On Twitter now.
Yes, we are.
Hopefully that will pan out. See you guys later. Vaya con Dios.
Go with God, and remember, God loves you.
Outstanding.